As we begin, the current star date is date 54075. The Kismet has been docked at Starbase 27 under investigation for its involvement in the destruction of a classified Starfleet vessel during its last mission. Although many in Starfleet intelligence were upset at the loss, thorough inquiry found the crew clear of any malicious or negligent. Although the Kismet has been cleared of wrongdoing, it will not handle further investigation into the matter. Instead, it shall be used to investigate strange events elsewhere in the sector, where many things have occurred in their wake, and they must figure out what exactly is going on.
Ooh.
By top secret, they mean illegal.
This is where Starbase 27 is, near the Klingon border, some distance away from the Gordon Hegemony. There is, of course, the Tereskova and the Starbase 27 further up the way, but they are close as the very, very far away, several sectors away. There is a garrison ship, a Miranda class, in Starbase 27, but it's more repelling pirates or assisting and defending the station, like patrolling around the area. That's what the 10th is.
And that's the closest thing for, I guess.
Yeah.
Glorified runabout at this point.
Yeah.
Although a Miranda class that survived the war is impressive.
Oh, a lot of them left at the end of it.
Yeah.
And so you're all on Starbase. It's been a kind of, and some of you have been in medical under intense medical examination. Actually, 3 of you have been. Come to think of it, one with who's going to have a nice wake-up call or a nice talk with their doctor. One who's going to also have a nice talk with actually, all of you are going to have a nice talk with your doctor, so don't worry about it. Only Myth is having a nice chill time.
Because she's a robot.
Actually. Perks of being a robot.
Yeah,
You're having a nice talk with your engineer.
that's me.
Nice doctor.
Yeah.
Where's my thing? There it is.
Imagine if the robot was the doctor, it'd be full circle.
I probably should learn how to do psychiatry. So take the Turing test. Jeez.
Oh, there it is, right there.
It's a weird sound.
I had the wrong thing going. This one. Oh, right. First one was right the first time. I was right the first time. So, we're going to start off with Myth.
All right.
So, what have you been up to the last couple weeks since Kismet got dry docked for the foreseeable future?
I've just been continuing my research because I have not received orders to not do that.
What new? What?
My ongoing research is into photonics and underballs. Just
Reason plus science roll. Difficulty of 3 to make some progress. Pull that mic a little closer. There.
that's a 4.
Or see. Gain 1 move and roll 7 challenge dice as you have now added to an extended test.
All right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do you wish to spend that momentum on re-rolling anything, or?
No, there's only 2.
So in your 2 weeks of study, aboard Starbase 27. There has been you hear a lot about some of the research that's being done on the Voyager. There's been a lot of talk about the Doctor's exploits there and some of the research that their engineers have come under, especially with a hologram in service for so long, like continuously. It's one that are in the field case studies is the nice way to say it. There's also been some work out of Zimmerman's labs about various things. Photonic sentience, the breakthrough you get, you're not there yet, but the breakthrough you get is that there is that cusp of sentience being a thing. And there's rumblings, not at the representative level, like you're not talking like Starfleet Council or Federation Council, but within Starfleet Science and various planetary science institutions, it's being taken a lot more seriously and they're considering it. But there's not a huge push from any of the admirals to really put it over.
Right, because right now holograms are a very useful tool.
Yep.
All right.
And your combat beeps.
Lieutenant Myth.
To Myth, report to the Admiralty deck, deck 2.
Understood. And I head there.
A few of the scientists you're working with in there kind of wave their goodbyes and tell you that they'll try to keep you updated. They're going to keep doing more stuff here at Starbase 27, and they're going to share stuff with Starbase 21 as well to see if they can get more information there.
Appreciate it, Doctor.
One thing you do get from the breakthrough that you can somewhat influence, there is a debate that seems to be deadlocking more progress, is that whether or not they need to cooperate more with the Klingon Empire with this research, or if they're going to try to keep it more in Federation hands only. The reason they're looking at Klingon tech is that they have a lot more. They can field test them a little more, but the problem is certain certain Starfleet officers and Federation scientists are a little leery because if they're worried about sentience, the Klingons might not be concerned about pushing the ethical boundary. Then again, they will make a lot of progress quickly if they're looped in.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it would help smooth over some feathers. But some people, you've sensed that deadlock, and no one seems to know. They don't seem to have one opinion. The two opinions are kind of deadlocking each other out.
All right.
Do you stay out of it, or do you voice an opinion on the matter?
Oh, Myth would voice an opinion on the matter. Interestingly, she would argue that new life needs to be nurtured in a safer environment, one that the Klingon Empire is not currently capable of providing. And she would point to her own and command experiences in Starfleet before that, Federation in general, as examples of artificial life learning how to thrive in cooperation with organic.
Your next extended test, I'm going to put this in the Discord record. The next test you'll do will have a resistance of 2 because they're slow down and be a little more careful with the next step, because now they have to start doing. They can't depend on Voyager just updating on what their doctor's doing. It's like, well, we're not going to make any progress on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you begin your trek up the starbase. Meanwhile, Mr. Varder.
Hi, yes.
You're brought into the doctor's office, or one of the many doctors on Starbase, because they have a ton of these guys. The medical department spans over several techs. Not all linked, but like spread across the various. They have multiple med bays, put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And you're one of the more minor ones. You're not in like the major surgical one, because you don't need one right now. You're just coming in for a consult. Well, the consult after many weeks of testing.
I still have ongoing bone surgery too.
Oh, actually, for that, give me a fitness plus medicine roll difficulty of 1 because you're at a major starbase.
And I don't think anything I have comes into that. So yeah, let's just go for it. Yep. Oh, whoops, wrong. Fucking, I didn't press the buttons. I'm a genius.
9 and 2 probably makes it.
Okay. I still forgot to press the buttons. We're off to a good start.
Yeah. That is 1 momentum gained.
Nice. Myth is keeping track of that, I believe. Yes.
They are now. It's the one at the top of my list. But yeah, you do go through that particular. That is dealt with finally since you now have a major surgical bay to kind of work at it. You've had a couple weeks to sit still and have the therapy done. So the burns are being taken care of, and the crystal shards have been removed, and they also went into the bone and regenerated a lot of the bone structure. Now, one thing that you're now aware of, the doctors kind of tell you this as a sort of experimental thing they can do. For the next little while, you're going to feel a little. It's weird to say, you're not necessarily going to be muscle sore, it's going to feel bone sore. Just because they've been working on you so long and they don't want to give you too much anesthetic that basically just lays you out for the next while because you're still a serving Starfleet member. And they've been told that they kind of need to get you out there faster because the Kismet should be coming out soon. So for now, you are serviceable, but you are going to have a a complication of 2 on anything physical, unless you take up some experimental procedures that they'll graft a sort of a not mechanical, but an electronic net over your bone structure to kind of help manage it. What that means is that you can, for this mission, you can, when you buy dice with threat, you actually get everything basically costs less threat wise. You can push yourself harder physically because your bones are kind of being augmented a little. Downside is though that complication rises each time you do that. So anytime you buy like a single die, you're gonna pop up in complication range. If you want to make that permanent, that's a thing you can make permanent later on. If you say no now, that's fine. You are aware of the procedure, and they can kind of do it with you because of your weird bone structure. That's why they're willing to even do it at all, is because your bone structure is kind of messed with, and they can kind of get at it for the next few missions before your bone structure fully heals.
Okay. Sorry, the description there was just kind of, yeah, we can get your bones. For science.
Okay, I'm going to put that on your sheet. I keep putting things on your sheet.
That kind of. Yeah.
You know how
I feel like that kind of plays into the more can be learned. If we can have this work, then there is something learned. I think that makes sense. More for myths to learn than Carter, but yeah. As the science person.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm a guinea pig.
Congratulations.
Give me another fitness plus medicine difficulty 2 now to see if the rather involved surgery has any detrimental effects.
Does survival come into this?
Yeah.
Yay. Yo. That's 1, not 2. Unless something's assisting, but I don't think it is.
The difficulty is being brought down because of where you are. The difficulty would be like way higher if someone was trying to do it on ship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, figured.
Okay, so that's in there, and So they put in the net. You're out for most of it, but when you wake up, you're very aware of it. Like it's like an itch in your bones, like all over. It's not on a scale of 1 to 10. It's about a 1. It's enough that you're aware of it, but it doesn't hurt too bad. But it is kind of distracting. So anything that requires high intense concentration will have a complication increase
Okay.
for the time being. Just because you have that little niggle that kind of bothers you every once in a while.
Okay.
But otherwise, you are free. Oh, as for your eyes, they do note that you do have. There is a what appears to be a flicker of. It almost looks like electric arcs going across your eyes, or your eyes shine in certain light. They do some examination of you, and the most they can do. It's only 2 weeks; they don't have a ton of time. So for now, it does seem your brain structure does have an increased. There's increased chemicals dealing with sonics in there, but they're not sure what it's manifesting as. They test you for a few things like empathy, telepathy, that telekinetics, that sort of thing. But they can't really. Nothing's really popping out. You just seem a little more aware of your surroundings. Beyond that, they can't really give you much other than to say you are fit for duty. They're going to send off your information to Starfleet Medical for more thorough examination, and they'll try to update you. I'll update your doctor, who will talk to you as soon as they can. But for now, you're okay. Because it isn't affecting your biology in any way. It's not really giving you new. It's not particularly unusual for. Because Bajoran brains tend to do well under strain. They're used to being strained now and again as a species. So you as a person are a little more resilient than, say, a human would be, or even a Klingon, for example. Like their brain networks are different compared to a Bajorans or, say, a Betazoids or a Vulcans. You're not as robust as a Vulcan mind, but it's more robust than the average human. If anything comes up, they'll see to it then. But if you have any questions, they're willing to answer as best they can.
Nah, it's all sciencey mumbo jumbo, and I want to understand it.
Like, even that explanation was them dumbing down a lot of it. They're like, there's a lot more chemicals that would be involved, but we're not going to bore the person who doesn't have a medical degree.
Doesn't have formal education.
But yeah, other than that, you're released from your doctor visit. If you have no other questions, is there anywhere you want you go on the station?
Probably just doing physical activities in other way to go over things and see how everything's working, and the like. The fun stuff.
So yeah, down to the more residential and relaxation decks, if you will, where all the holodecks and holosuites and so forth are, and just straight up gyms because they have the space. Mr. Iran.
Yes, sir.
You, as I recall, I'm going to check your chart here, but I think you had some bad radiation burns. So you're going to need to give me a fitness plus medicine difficulty 2, because it was a short-term burst, and you have gotten some treatment on the Kismet on the way here, but it's not. You don't have your regular chief medical officer isn't there presently, so your care was only to keep you from getting worse rather than trying to do anything experimental. On station, they're going to do some things that are a little more experimental to get you on your feet quicker. But they say if you were exposed for any longer, like 5 minutes longer, you probably be medically discharged. Like you got a very bad dose, and in a century ago, they wouldn't be able to do anything for you. But
That's
now
cool.
they can do something, so they'll do what they can. But it's gonna put you under strain.
Medical, fitness medicine, class roll 2. All right. Any complication range?
Not currently, but they could make it more complicated.
No. Let's see here. That's a blank. Cool.
We're doing good so far.
Hmm. Oh, oof, my everything.
They start putting you. They start treating you,
Hmm.
and well, not that you know this, but yeah, they have some problems. Thankfully, not too many, as you only suffer 2 stress.
Okay.
So when you wake up, you still feel that tightness around the face and on the skin, like you're still kind of burned. And when they wake you up, they tell you that they found out that apparently the chemical they used, you're allergic to, and that wasn't on your file. That is now on your file. With your permission, they would like to try again with a different method.
Make sure that I look pretty in case my dad shows up and fixes this.
Certainly. We'll make sure to get the dermal regenerators on. We don't want to do that yet until we get the underlying cause sorted out first.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, fitness plus medicine, difficulty 2.
All right.
I find that way too funny.
Progress.
Progress.
Now you wake up again. This time you don't feel when you wake up, you're not immediately aware of the tightness. You actually feel kind of relaxed, and you kind of reach up to your face. Just it's the thing people do, just kind of a tick as the doctor's talking to you, and you can kind of feel that roughness on your skin. It's like, oh crap. It's like, oh no, I'm still hurt. And they say, well, we tried the method. We tried the new sports field, and it is working, but it's really slow. And the thing we're worried about is that if we turn up the intensity of the field emitters, that could cause some scarring and it is something we can deal with, but we didn't want to progress down that path without letting you know what we were doing first. For now, we know that as right now, you don't seem to be suffering any pain, which is progress. But again, that's with the normal field strength. If we go up, we should purge your system of radiation and should be able to get some of this. But the problem is it's going to leave some pucks
All right.
on the affected areas.
Would you mind if I took a look at your instruments? I might be able to secure so that I don't get more hurt if you speed up and raise the intensity.
Sure. Just be careful, though. We don't want you to push yourself too hard and end up with a whole new problem.
Another incident.
Yes.
But new problems are half the fun.
Control engineering or daring engineering?
Daring engineering. Complication of 3 because you are still injured. And difficulty is going to be 2.
You do still have momentum, and you can spend threat.
Yes. I'd like to spend a momentum to gain a die. Could I do that?
Sure.
Or is it a... Yeah. Cool. And... would lead by example or reverse engineering help in this case?
Lead by example, actually.
Cool. As in I make their equipment better and help them help me. Right, 3 for 3. Rolling.
Oh no.
Do you have cautious engineering?
No, I have bold engineering.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I have testing a theory though.
No.
You had to have succeeded on this before. Oh no.
Oh.
Do you wish to use your determination?
I do have procedural compliance.
That requires you to have spend momentum and read up on the topic ahead of time.
Could I spend my determination for it's fine I read the manual to have retconned it?
Yes, because you can spend determination to create advantages.
Cool.
But what value would have prompted Mr. Aran to do that?
I What value would have prompted me to do that?
Yes.
Is it? It's fine. I read the manual.
I think that applies, yes.
Yes.
I have to ask.
It's either that or old habits die hard.
Okay, so procedural compliance, I believe, would have given you an extra D20. Would have cost you more. Hold on. I have to look it up again. Because I haven't touched it in forever.
I mean, if that's the case, you could have also given him one threat and had a reroll.
Hmm.
Mm. Ow, ow, ow. Itchy, 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 itchy. So much itch. Ow. There we go.
Well, I could have done that. I forgot about that. It's more fun if I learn medicine while doing this.
It is an operations thing. It's in the
Operations.
operations book. And it is one of the...
See, I just enjoy. Varda starts rolling fitness medicine, it's a 12. Aran starts rolling it, it's a 10. I'm gonna roll it, and it's a 9.
Yeah.
I mean, at least the security officer is the fittest.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Fitness medicine. Yeah. My medicine's a 1.
Yeah, sorry,
my
mine's a
medicine's
10,
a
yeah.
1.
My medicine's a 1.
Yeah.
We are missing a doctor.
We're not meant to survive.
Exactly.
We're not meant to survive.
No, my fitness medicine would also be
yes.
10.
So, what you would have had to do, if, since we're retconning that you used procedural compliance, because it's fine if you read the manual, you would have spent 2 momentum to create the advantage of having done that. So you'll lose 1 momentum, and I'll gain 1 threat.
All right.
Because you did buy a die with momentum anyway.
I did.
But you also get an additional D20 to roll.
Which means that I roll 4 now or 3 now?
You roll 1.
1, right.
Whoops, I almost gave everybody a threat. That would have been silly.
Cool.
And because you spent threat on this roll, you do get to re-roll. That does complication. So roll 1 more die. Also, you gain 2 momentum there. So
1 more die. The complication range 3 still.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a complication anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And oh yes, and also when you created the advantage of having read the manual, it brought the difficulty down by 1. So that's why you gained 2 momentum, because you only needed 1 hit. So
That's fair. I win back what I lose.
so by all of that, you've now created the advantage that the doctors will have an easier time treating you with this device, because you've now calibrated it. You looked up all the manuals. You learned to optimize it more than the manual said it could. But you were able to guess, like read between the lines. You don't necessarily know the medical part of it, but you do know the hardware, just making it more efficient, making it giving it an extra fail safe and extra extra signals to let the doctors know something's wrong.
You don't know how to send emojis with it.
So that means it's a fitness medicine roll for you, a difficulty of 1 currently.
Cool. Fitness, medicine. Look at me while I fail this.
Oh, comp range is 1. That did go back down because you're now just
I
recovered.
see that. Yeah.
Woohoo.
Close.
It takes a bit, but thankfully, because the machine was optimized properly, they're able to treat your wounds with the field emitter.
Yeah.
So by the end of it, they're able to. There is still some scarring, but it's not so pronounced. It's actually fairly light. Like think in contemporary times, it'd be like chickenpox marks. If you get what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
So very slight marking, but better than having severe radiation poisoning.
Yeah, and I mean, it's nothing that modern plastic surgery can't fix.
Yeah. And this was them just going like, yeah, the dermal regenerated what it could. More, we'd have to put you under for cosmetic surgery, which you are supposed to be going on duty soon, so we don't want to put you down for that yet.
No.
But you can probably arrange something with your doctor on your ship to see if there's anything.
Yeah,
That could be done there.
I'll have it done on my next shore leave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is anywhere you go once you release?
I think I'll go find Varder.
You start heading down into the lower areas.
Yeah.
Mr.
would talk to
Pend.
But yeah.
Mr. Pending Investigation.
Yes.
So you're in what the main sick bay of the station, where all their which actually you were in the same area that Aran was. You actually saw him being treated across the way. So you kind of sort of saw each other because you're in the same major trauma area of the station. So when you first got back to the Kismet, you kind of woke up in their med bay, and when you tried to sit up, like just kind of the thing that most officers do, right? Like, oh, I'm awake and I'm not being held down by anything, so I'll just kick my feet off the side and just stand up. You tried to do that just out of sheer, it's the thing everyone does, and you find one foot finds the ground, the other foot does not, and you just kind of went for a tumble. Because, well, one of your legs is missing. Just above the knee, in fact. You were very badly hurt when the Victoria A went down. You lived, and they were able to save you, but there was no saving that leg. There was not a whole lot they could do for you. But how would Pend reacted at that time, in that first moment, thinking back to waking up on the Kismet?
I think the first thing when he hit the floor is what? Just complete confusion of what? Looking around to see if anyone's there to witness him literally fall on his face.
Someone does run over to see you. Like the nurses were elsewhere in the sick bay, and they heard the thump and went, "Uh-oh!" Someone runs over. Commander, are you all right? Did you hit your head?
Yeah, no, what happened? And he's clearly looking at his leg.
Well, and the nurse kind of helps you up back onto the table so you're not just on the floor. Well, Commander, apparently one of the reinforcement beams in the bridge collapsed in, and fortunately it also had some of the extra load of the shielding that the bridge had, and it came down on your leg very hard. Thankfully, it didn't go much higher, but it did basically pinch your leg down to the deck plate. By the time we got you back here, you'd suffered some severe damage and some infection in your leg, requiring us to save your life via amputation. Now, the doctors here are looking into options for you. Regeneration is not something that we believe is... And she kind of looks away for a second and looks back. I'll tell it to you straight. It's bad. If we try to regenerate it, it's not going to take. Or if it does, it will take years for it to come back. Which would mean you'd be medically discharged for the foreseeable future until it was regenerated. So instead, we're looking into options of cybernetic and fixations that we can put onto your leg and work with you in that regard. But we largely needed to wait to see what you wanted, and if there's any particular cultural or religious observances you required in the event of a loss of limb. As far as we're aware, there isn't anything particular among your species, but we wanted to make sure.
Penn looks away for a moment so the nurse can't see him, and he immediately turns back with a smile on his face, taps the nurse on the shoulder. Nope, just give me something to walk on, and yeah, I'll be good to go.
All right, we'll set up a. For the time being, we're going to keep you here in sick bay. It'll be better for you, we think, if we get it done at Starbase. We're about a week out now. Not even a week, a few days out now, and we'll be there, and we'll be able to work with their doctors, and you can choose something there.
That's good. Have you got a wheelchair? I've still got duties.
You're medically excused from duties for the time being. Doctor's orders.
I don't remember needing 2 legs to sit down and do paperwork.
You can try a presence plus command roll, difficulty of 1.
Can I use poker face or composure? Because Pend is not
Yes.
good right now.
Wholeheartedly agree there.
Oof. Oh.
I'll give you a threat for bold command.
Very good. Tick. I pick up 2 momentum there. You're able to talk her into at least giving you light duties, so you can still do paperwork and stuff like that. They would prefer to keep you at medbay, but they can have officers meet you here and bring pads to you and stuff like that. They just don't want you moving around and stuff because they need to observe you to make sure nothing else comes up. And that way you will recover quicker from when you get to Starbase because they've already had you under observation. So that should speed up the process. Because if you leave now, they're going to have to just hold you for 24 to 48 hours anyway just to observe you.
Well, don't worry. I'm gonna go straight to my office and get some paperwork done.
Cut to now. Yeah, Penn seems the sort of person who likes to try to keep busy under rather strenuous time. Time doesn't seem to help too much because there's a very obvious reminder something's wrong. But give me a fitness plus. It's a different roll, and this is from the mental strain. And I am not 100% sure what I'm going to use for this. I'm going to use a chart here.
I mean, if it makes it any easier for you, as soon as Penn would have been that first day taken to his office and the doors closed, he would have turned the office over. In a bit of
You would what? Sorry?
like turn the office over in a rage.
Oh. At that point, you would have been very quickly restricted back to the med bay. Once they found out, it's like, no, you're coming back.
So yeah, if that makes
but that does help you. That will make the second roll easier. You're right. It's almost like you kind of blew off some steam ahead of time. It's gonna be fitness medicine or fitness command. I'll give you either. And it's gonna be difficulty. I would have been 3, but you brought it down to 2. And I'll actually bring the complication up to 2 while I'm at it.
What, and the difficulties 2 still?
Yes.
I don't know whether I should use a focus or not.
Leave that open.
I mean, yeah, I'll try and get away with composure.
Yep, that would apply here.
And I'll spend 1 momentum for a third die.
Give me that. Oh. So you're gonna get that momentum back. Yeah, you kind of. It's a rough time, but Penn seems to handle it rather well, considering. Stays himself, doesn't get too wrapped up in the trauma of it. It's still 2 weeks of lots of talk, lots of options, trying to keep a good head about it, because this is, they're asking you very serious questions about what your future in Starfleet's going to be. And there's a lot of time are brought up of whether or not you'll be able to continue to serve, because some of the things that they have aren't really optimized for Tellarites and Telluride biology, so it creates more problems. But you keep your head together during it, thankfully. But by the end of it, what they can do, and this is this after 2 weeks of consult and examination, which is kind of stressful anyway, because you're having people, flitter around you and poke you and prod you and stuff. It's like, oh my god, leave me alone for a second. Fill out this questionnaire. No, go away. The doctor there tells you that Lieutenant Commander Pend, after much study, we have determined that we have found a way to that it won't require a wheelchair or any equivalent. We can actually attach a cybernetic leg to the missing area, and it should be just as functional as before. And we believe we can attach that. And if you like, in the future, we might see about optimizing it further for you and working with your nerves. But for now, it seems that the testing we have should make it serviceable for your duties, so long as you don't go mountain climbing or anything too extreme with the limb.
So no jumping off starships or nothing too insane. Got it.
Yes, please stop doing that. Please stop doing that in general, actually. Limb or not, sir.
God, you doctors are no fun at all, are you?
It's our job to keep you healthy, Commander. But yes, what this also translates to mechanically is that this does open up the possibility of an enhanced limb later. That just requires you to have some time to stop by a starbase and get it done. But you do have a replaced limb, which I'll put onto your sheet. Left leg or right leg? I'll let you choose that one. Left leg. Left leg.
See, I'd been imagining right leg. Now I have to retcon everything in my head.
Now it is obviously cybernetic. They can't really get the tone and the muscle look correct, and that's it's easier that way. They found whenever they tried to do that, it created problems. On the plus side, you're usually wearing your pant leg anyway, so it won't be an issue unless someone's looking up your pant leg.
Well,
and they are going to brief. Huh?
Well, you never know.
They do give you care instructions of what you're supposed to do, like when you take it off, when you need to clean it. You will need to have it serviced every so often, but roughly the same amount of time you'd have your physicals anyway, so it's not a huge change to your medical procedure. It's just another thing they need to do. And actually, checking your file, with your level of engineering knowledge, you can just simply maintain it on your own. You don't need someone else to do it for you. But if something really tricky comes up, you're going to want to talk to your chief engineer. But for day-to-day maintenance, when they explain what to do, you know what they're talking about. You know what this is. You know what that part is. You know what to tell the replicator if you need a replacement X, Y, or Z part. That sort of thing.
Also, at least I know where to put the foot bones attached to the ankle bone then.
The only time it would become a problem is if you ever get it enhanced. Then it becomes more complicated. That it might go beyond your expertise to maintain on your own. You'd need someone else to help you with it. That's why they want to jump to that stage right away, because they know that they want to make it something that you can work with, and that you can, in a pinch, if you're out in the wild, you can just, if you have the tools, you can fix it.
That makes sense.
And as a bonus, well, not bonus, it's more of a safety feature. There is a method that they tell you, don't tell anyone this, but there are ways to very quickly get the leg off if in an emergency you need it off for whatever reason.
Can't complain with a quick ejection.
Yes. We found that certain persons can. Some scenarios require that. It's come up a lot more, especially during the war. We learned that a lot. Better to have that option than not and be stuck with the thing on your leg. Why did I take that momentum back? I don't need it.
Like, I don't know.
Any questions about the implant, Commander?
Is it going to be a walking as normal type deal, or we have to be walking with an assistant, such as a stick or a cane?
You should be able to walk on it. When it's in normal conditions, not damaged or anything, you should be able to run as normal. If it gets any direct damage, you may require some assistance because it might stiffen up. But the fail-safe in it is that it should, when it fails, it fails in a straight position. So you just have a straight leg the whole time. So you should be able to just kind of limp along, and it won't like curl up and bend while it's damaged. To that end, I would recommend, it's not required, but I would recommend that you bring along a collapsible cane in the event that it does, if it's severely damaged or you need to remove it. There's a sort you can kind of attach to your belt and affix there, and then expand outward as needed.
Well, at least it gives me options. Which
Yes.
yeah.
I would not recommend using the cane when the leg's under normal operations, because if you do that, you'll develop a limp that you don't really need, because the leg will work fine in normal operating status.
Well, here's to hoping the leg doesn't break then.
If it does, you get your money back.
Wait, do I even get paid?
Oh, sort of. Come over here, Commander, and they fix it to you. It's kind of weird. It's one of those things where you don't actually feel the leg move. You just kind of think it's supposed to, and then it does. So it's kind of this weird thing. But thankfully, because you kept your head together earlier, this step is no test at all. It's just that's odd. But you still have a few days before you have to worry about too much.
Well, at least that's one less thing I have to worry about now, considering I'm probably off duty. Time to head for a drink.
Enjoy your stay on the starbase, Commander.
Yes, enjoy.
We cut back to Myth, who has been brought into the Admiral's office, aboard station. And I forgot who's here. Where are you, buddy? Because there's a specific Admiral of the fleet stationed here.
Oh.
Tick. Down. Vice Admiral Ruthgar, command of the Eastern Forces along the Klingon and Gorn borders, commanding from Starbase 27.
Right.
You're
I
led
enter.
into Ruthgar's office.
Myth salutes. Admiral,
At ease.
thank you, sir.
So I've read your report. and reread it, and had my adjunct read it. And it is quite an annoyance that you had to waste so much darn time here when you could have been fixing that. But I want your opinion on the scans. What you believe is the more pressing matter.
Of course, sir. Now I have to just go look at the scans real quickly.
He types up on a pad and hands it out to you to read over, because it has been a little bit. You've been thinking about other things.
Yeah. I believe the happenings in the Omicron SETI system are of utmost importance, Admiral. Why this unknown ship was firing on the planet is something that I believe should be determined. If there are hostile intentions within Federation borders, well, that should be investigated.
Yes, and the Klingon ambassador wasn't too pleased when I started asking questions about it. So I don't know that much about it myself, but it seems someone in the diplomatic corps felt free to let them come into that star system without informing us or me. But that does not preclude me from sending a ship to investigate what happened after they left. Because
Indeed.
I do not like the idea of someone firing at a Federation world and not telling me why.
Nor do I, Admiral.
Very well then. Your orders are to bring up some preliminary reports and assemble a briefing to bring before your acting captain Pend as well. Captain Grennan is going to be indisposed for the next little while.
Unfortunately.
And I would advise you to leave it at that.
Understood, Admiral.
Once you have your report ready, speak with my adjunct and they'll arrange a meeting with your lieutenant commander.
Understood, sir.
Any questions, Lieutenant?
No, Admiral.
You're dismissed.
Thank you, sir. Myth very sharply turns and exits.
Where does she go from there?
I believe she goes to the Starbase's like main computer section and begins doing the assembly of her report.
Yep. Meanwhile, Mr. Rand, Mr. Varder, and Mr. Pend all roughly come together during their various relaxation around lunchtime. Your early events happened during the day. Each of you, I believe all three of you were taking up... actually, Iran, as I recall, was specifically looking for... Correct?
Yeah, I was looking for Varder, yeah.
We'll actually cut to that in abbreviated form, if nothing else. What was Varder doing when Iran found him? What was he in the middle of?
Probably like climbing wall or something like that.
Well, that's what they call it in the 24th century.
Oof.
Yeah, that was weak. I apologize. So, yeah. So are you doing like a holodeck or holosuites? Or are you actually doing like one of the walls they have in the gym?
Probably a wall in the gym.
So Iran, as you're walking in, I notice Varder is halfway up one of the bulkheads, and various other officers and enlisteds and civilians. You know, some of them are just doing it for kicks. You know, a lot of people are, but some people you actually see way off in the corner a collection of junior officers going through some training or another. You can tell because you can hear shouting.
Yeah, I know what a gym is.
Yeah.
I've been to a few.
Yeah, you see
Oh, wow.
Varder about... Actually, Varder, let's see how far up you are. Fitness plus security.
Don't
Or
fall down.
con, oddly.
Yeah,
Hey, I've got
con.
athletics as a focus. I'm guessing that helps.
I guess.
Yeah,
It's
let's
an
see.
edge case.
Edge case. Yeah, when you walk in around you see that Var at the top, and he's halfway in between that moment of deciding to go along the ceiling, because there's the ceiling challenge as well, but it's pretty strenuous. He's kind of eyeing it.
Varder.
Wow.
Oh, yes. Hi, Lieutenant.
That looks dangerous.
Nah, not particularly. And I'm sure you understand if I don't salute.
Yeah, you don't have to. Not with me anymore.
Few people chuckle who are nearby.
Yeah. Well, I look at them and say, if you went through the same thing that we two did, you wouldn't salute either.
No, we get it.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it sound any better.
No. I fully intend on making this sound like a gay joke. Yeah.
Thanks,
Could
Lieutenant.
Could we talk? There's a lot of questions I have to ask you.
Sure.
Buy you a beer?
Sure. I go down the wall.
Oh, hold on. Fitness plus security, difficulty 4. You're really high up there. You have to climb your way back down again. Or you could just jump down, I guess, but who wants to do that?
Difficulty 4, fuck.
If he's
Can you just
bouldering,
reuse
then-
your previous roll?
Yeah, do it.
If he's bouldering, then there would be mats to land on,
Exactly.
or anti-grav.
There'd be
This
anti-gravity.
is the future of this anti-grav, yeah. Fuck it, let's... Damn! I had to get a
Read
nat
it
20,
going up.
guys.
Not so
Oh,
much going down.
jeez.
Also, you could have spent momentum. Look.
Yeah,
I
down you
could've.
come. Down you come.
Oh, okay.
You
There's the
flip-
4.
As you climb down, you lose your grip, and in a slight panic, because you half forget that anti-grav would totally catch you, you're fine, you kind of kick off the wall. So you just kind of make yourself a human missile, Bajoran missile, right to the mat, just bam, like, oh god. Thankfully, there's some resistance involved, so you only take 2 stress instead of 4. But thud, like, oh, and everyone just kind of looks at you as the mat makes an audible hiss noise as the floor kind of gave to the impact. You were very close to hurting yourself.
I've got experimental burn. That clearly I'm testing it. That's what I'm doing.
Obviously. Aaron walks over and helps him up.
Yeah, he'd accept the help.
Yeah. Well, I think you need that beer now.
Yeah. Yeah, no arguments here.
All right. So,
So you go
Yeah.
into one of the many cafes. There's a few main bars and various decks.
all right. Oh well. What kind of establishment do you feel like, Barter? I feel like the Resident English Pub. It's a nerd thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
I know
Does it-
places like Quarks, if you know what that is.
Well, I've heard stories, but yeah, it has wooden chairs. You love it. Love it.
Sure.
Very
Find
well.
yourself a nice little hole in the wall of a British pub. But
Yeah.
that's the idea. It's supposed to look like that. Nice
Yeah.
wood paneling, nice glassware everywhere.
Good shit.
Horribly antiquated.
This kitten is fucking adorable. Sorry.
Aww.
She's paused on my desk again.
Adorable.
You had questions or something to talk about?
Yeah, let's have a few before that starts. I need time to compose.
During that, Pend, you're kind of walking around, finding a place to kind of relax, and you kind of notice as you're walking by some of the places to go in. You see Varder and Aran are kind of sitting in a English-style pub having a drink.
I suppose I might go in and say hello.
Is that like a hello, like a Vulcan hello, or no?
It's an episode.
Yeah.
So you, the two of you, as you're sitting there drinking, getting your
Questions ready.
questions ready, you can hear among the noise a faint whirring noise of whir tunk. It's not very loud, but it's an obvious whirring noise that stops every so often, and it's getting closer.
I don't have cybernetics as a proficiency or a focus.
That's a focus.
But could I roll to actually determine what it is without looking?
I'm gonna check your.
Because as an engineer, weird noises is a thing.
I'll give it to you because of your high security, high engineering score. You've heard it. That sounds like a some sort of cybernetic. You're not sure. It's probably a foot because unless someone's literally walking around flexing and unflexing their arm over and over and hitting something. I mean, people do that, but usually they don't go into a bar or they are leaving a bar.
Just have to say, if he rolls a complication, I'm gonna take the leg off and throw it at him.
This
This is what it is.
Donk.
You saved it. I saved your ass. Yeah. Sounds like a cybernetic leg. Kind of crude.
And you catch that, Pen, as you're walking up to them.
Could use some improvement.
Well, maybe if I didn't have to rescue stray crew members, I wouldn't need to get a leg.
Oh, jeez, Commander. I'm sorry. Please, would you like to have a seat?
Yeah, I'm gonna have a few drinks.
Yeah, this one's on me.
So are you two enjoying your free time?
We're trying to figure out what to talk about, how to talk about the things that happened.
I mean, you're the one who invited me here. I'm just here.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't wish to judge or anything. Is this a date? I can always leave.
No,
No.
the more the merrier, I usually say.
Very well.
So
I'll
you've
see
got a
if
new leg. I've got new bone things.
And I don't have my mustache anymore, so there we are.
You didn't get a mechanical mustache. Doesn't count.
I mean, I could. It wouldn't be hard to get one, especially for me. But I mean, what would a mechanical mustache even look like? Would it be? I don't know.
I don't know. It was a joke.
If you're that desperate for a mustache, just put your finger above your top lip.
I extend my middle finger and lean against my hand as forming a toothbrush mustache. I'm pointing it at the two. What would it look like?
It might make you look like a cock.
Well, I don't look like a pig. Sorry, Commander. I think the beer's getting to me. How's yours?
That didn't take long.
No, but I also like what 180 pounds at best on my heavier days.
I mean, you do realise Tellarites don't get drunk.
No, I don't realize that. I don't have xenobiology as a thing because I wasn't allowed to attend medical courses.
I mean, if you really want a drink, I can get you a proper drink.
No, thank you. I'll stick to my dark beer. Another time, perhaps.
Very well. You
I
two
need to be able
continue.
to talk after all. But yeah, I'm not sure where to begin with this. We've been through something weird, all of us.
Yes.
I haven't had the time to look over the readings yet. I'll talk to Myth about that later and try to figure out what actually happened. But the weirdest part is I felt a wave wash over me and I saw you surrounded by blue lightning. And then I woke up in an orb of sort. A few minutes later, I was picked out of said orb by you, Commander.
Yes, because trying to beam me straight out of the energy, whatever the hell you were in, was a extremely bad idea.
I know how a transporter worked. I almost gave up hope there for a while, but it's good that we had what we had. Whatever was that? Some sort of a cryopod?
I have no idea. As soon as we got close and your energy balls appeared, it suddenly shown itself on the Victorious system, and we thought I'd play the claw machine.
Oh, you did a mighty fine job. Thank you. I owe both of you, I suppose, my life.
Yeah, let's not go into that sort of thing.
No.
Yeah, I'm
You'll
also
you'll have separate weeks. I'll have some weekends for myself though.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of losing crew members, so it's
I
okay.
know. That's why I got into this thing.
Literally in my job description.
Well-
Same.
It was my project, the Chronoton field emitter and all that shit, and I didn't want to lose someone under my command in that project. If it were the engineering bay, same thing. If it were a shuttle, same thing. I had to stay. You know that. And sure, you could order me around, and I guess I acted out of turn when the chief of security said, "Leave."
It's done. There's nothing more to talk about on it.
I know, but I can't let it go currently. We need to talk about this.
What is there to hold on to?
The entire experience, I can't shake it. I see it when I am put under. I see the bright light and then I wake up again. Fucking hurts. I think I see the explosion happen. I feel myself torn apart, atom by atom. I shouldn't be here, technically, but whatever that was, the orb, the energy.
You're describing the same sort of, how do I say this, sensations and ideas that I've heard from many other soldiers before.
Well,
And
yeah,
I say soldiers because my previous experience, the militia, that's what we were.
yeah.
Something
Is that-
happens, they think they shouldn't have lived through it.
I don't know. I can't really say that I have anything other close to it. The explosion on the blacking out of the shell, the attack on the Sleipnir. None of them really compare to these things. To this.
Do you want to know a secret?
I don't know. Will it cost me an arm and a leg?
It may cost you getting beaten to death with one.
Well, I would hate to fight a cripple. Sorry, Commander.
Before I joined the Kismet, I worked for Starfleet Intelligence. So I'd done enough jobs myself which required dangerous situations, some of which shouldn't have come back from. What's helped me through them, and again through what I've just been through, sometimes you just need to explode. Go into a room, just turn it over, destroy it, take a second to refocus, and get on with it.
Could
Yeah.
just use a punching bag.
Same
I
concept,
guess so.
just something to explode at.
Yeah, you're right. I should probably seek some catharsis. Try to get this out of my system.
You also have, if I recall correctly, a dedicated group of people who talking to for issues is their job, counselors.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
to my fair share of counseling in my day.
I mean, that
As
works
a
for
child,
some people.
Yeah. As a child, as a cadet, before I joined the Kismet. All those things. I guess I should make it a half-year event. Have myself evaluated.
I still reckon it's much better to jump off the deep end than just get it over and done with.
I'll think for a bit. Please, don't let me disturb you. He drinks some beer.
If that's the case, Varda, would you like to try some Tellarite alcohol?
I'll try anything once.
You shouldn't have said that out of game. So, as far as we know, no one else has actually tried to drink it bar Tellarites, so we don't know what it's going to do to other people's physiology.
Okay, now that sounds potentially dangerous
Potentially.
Well,
when you say it like
it's
that.
the only thing so far that's able to get a Tellarite drunk, so what's it going to do to non-Tellarites?
Huh. You see the color here? And it's not for engineering either.
Oh, good man. And I'll start pouring some of the Tellarite ale.
Yeah, this can only end.
Hey, why don't you give me a fitness plus medicine roll difficulty 3 there for drinking something so
Fitness, medicine, difficulty 3. Yo.
Are you just like drinking pure ethanol?
Well, do you
Pretty
remember,
much.
do you remember that session we had on Zarconia where Penn got drunk?
Uh-huh.
It's
Uh,
that shit.
Let's see.
Oh.
Let's spend a momentum because we've got 6 of it.
Yeah, it's the stuff what
For an extra die.
Penn got drunk on and started fighting the security staff on the Kismet.
Oh, nice. Would survival come into this?
Oh yeah, you instead of like just hucking it back, you might sip at it a little bit to kind of to give your liver a bit of lead time.
Okay, yep. So let's spend that momentum and use the focus and yo.
Comes right back. Yeah, you're able to. Oh, geez, that is. Oh, it's like drinking paint thinner. It is strong, but you're able to drink it. Ugh.
I mean, he probably drank something similar back in the Resistance.
Yeah, you remember something that it was used to lubricate engines, as you recall.
Probably one of those, head back, eyes blinking thing. Just, yeah, that's something, all right.
It'll definitely do a job.
Yeah, is that job running engines?
I mean, if you want to try making it run an engine, you can certainly try, but for now, it's very good at making me blackout drunk.
Yeah, let's not get you that far.
Are you sure you don't want some Moran?
What?
Are you sure you don't want to drink some paint thinner with us?
No, I'll stick to the family recipe.
You're the only one here who hasn't tried it now.
Fine. Fine.
One of us.
I am
Fitness
one of
plus
you.
medicine, difficulty 3.
Fuck.
Take all of the momentum. Don't just one.
Spend something on this.
Does warp field dynamics help?
Not really, unless you're trying to make it be part of your engine system.
Infiltration to not to
To
drink all
hide
of
the
it?
fact that it's making you drunk, you could try that.
Too. Yeah. Let's do that.
I'll increase the complication by 1, sure.
Yeah, sure. Penis. Fucking hell. Does untapped potential help? Okay. I'll just roll it.
What are you spending momentum?
I weren't, but I could.
I will let you succeed at cost. It's just going to involve another roll, and this is kind of in the line of infiltration.
Sure.
See, you start drinking it, and you're kind of, at first it's like, well, it's not. I mean, it's all burn, no taste, right? It's just, oh god, strong. And as you keep drinking it, you feel very, very ill, and you know enough about infiltration on how to kind of keep a face and try to keep calm. Use the glass to hide your features a little bit.
Hmm.
You are not drinking. If you drink the rest of this glass, you could force yourself. You know you'll sick up. Like you already feel terrible. So you can attempt a daring plus security roll to kind of toss the rest of it while they kind of look when they look away for a moment.
I mean, there's a Tellarite target right there.
Well, it's not exactly infiltration. You're just attacking someone with your drink. That's a different thing. That
No,
also
no, no.
succeeds because you're not
For-
drinking the rest of the glass.
Projectile vomit.
I'm an engineer, not a security officer. I will pussy out.
Oh, you just put the glass down.
No, fuck that. No.
There's a good third of the glass still there. It's like, oh god. You even spit up a little bit just because it hurts to have it in your mouth.
Is dripping saliva from his mouth, drying up as he tries to. What the fuck is that? He drinks like very stout beer to calm his tongue. Oh,
I
whoa
can't even
there.
taste the stout anymore.
I don't
It's
think
just
you
gonna
should
have
be
a fluid
mixing
in you.
that.
Oh, I know, but I have been. I'm gonna excuse myself.
Yeah, there are. When you're living underground, and you don't have the proper places to brew alcohol, you drink what you can. So, I've had something similar before.
Yeah, the cadets brew weird things as well. I'll be right back.
Is he
He leaves.
stumbling away?
No, he's walking as straight as he can, but he's gonna be leaving the deck for a while, and I'm gonna get some iced tea. BRB.
We will cut to myth at this point.
All right.
So you've got some preliminary data as you pull up some information on the IKS Sliven covert class. You learn something about the captain, the planet. Sadly, there's not a whole lot since it suddenly occurs to you as you continue reading it. Oh yeah, this is the data you brought in because you're the one that you're not the one who scanned it, but you're the one who prompted the other ship to tell you about it. So this is your report on the topic that you're reading.
Oh. I think I would have noticed that earlier.
It takes a bit. It's like you're
But
you're
alright.
kind of waiting for new information. Like,
Oh, this is all there is.
oh, this is literally word for word what I wrote.
Myth audibly sighs in the empty computer, bay.
Even the captain you figured out because you looked it up on your free time on the way here.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Do I have any history on the captain?
That will take up your freebie as a psi officer.
I'll use that.
I'm loosely applying that, to be fair. It's supposed to be with sensors or tricorder, but whatever.
I originally acquired many of these things through my sensor results.
Yeah. It's true. So what about his record are you looking into? I will say that he's a captain of he's a covert captain on a scout mission sort of thing. So he's not exactly high in the chain of command. He's not a junior captain. He did serve in the war. But with his ship, and he did see a lot of fighting because pretty much everybody saw fighting back then.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, he's been on patrol picket duty, lots of probing the border, looking for new threats, chasing down pirates.
Which border?
The one you're on, the Federation Klingon border. So sometimes he'd poke over and look, see further than the Klingon borders would allow, and eventually someone from Starfleet would come over and go, "Hey, get back on your side." He's like, "Oh, okay," and he'd leave. Because it's not really an active war. It's just not. You're not supposed to do that.
Right. We're allied right now.
Yeah. If you want to ask a question, just
permission.
Yeah. And he just kind of poke over, and then that's why his advancements kind of been curtailed because the Klingon Council, even with the incident with the Moth, with the planetfall incident, and that made things pretty tense. Even then, he was the kind of he almost started the conflict on his own. Like while the Kismet was running around trying to solve the problem, he kept poking the border to see if she managed to slip by and hide somewhere. Mm-hmm. And then Federation ships came rather enforced instead of the normal, "Oh no, go back." They came up right on top of him and said, "What are you doing? What are you doing here?" Because with the Klingon border being so tense, Federation got tense right back. So his reputation's not great right now. Not enough to get him excused from service because he didn't do anything he wasn't cowardly or anything. He wasn't timid. He didn't attack anyone who shouldn't be. But he's not popular in command. It doesn't help that he's a minor house as well, so he doesn't exactly have a ton of connections.
All right. That's good for that question. And then I'm assuming from this planetary information that there was a Federation presence doing mining.
Yes, there was some deep mining for various precious minerals and strategic material. That isn't nowadays. They're kind of useful, but it's not as crucial to starship construction as it is. It's more of a civilian ships would care.
Right. All right. And was this a civilian enterprise or a Federation? Or
When it
Starfleet
was
enterprise?
when the mine was there,
Yeah.
it was federational. It was because it was a
Okay.
strategic resource near the Klingon border. It was super important they kept that.
Okay. Cool. Those are my questions, I think. Preliminary report.
Mm-hmm. So what does Smith do?
Lieutenant Myth to Commander Penn.
Where's that my sound thing? Come back.
Yep, this is Pent.
When your duty shift is active, notify me. I have a report ready at the Admiral's request.
Very well. Should be in a couple of hours' time. For now, you're technically off duty, so try and enjoy yourself.
I'll return to my lab, Commander.
Is that enjoy? Do you enjoy that?
The pursuit of knowledge is very valuable, sir. It's an efficient use of my time.
I mean, that's fantastic. But you do have a hobby outside of the lab, do you?
Over the comm link, you can tell that Myth is canting her head to the side.
Like the rustle of clothing and stuff.
No, Commander.
I mean, if you wish, I'm here with Varda. We're currently drinking, and I may try and convince him of some light gambling. Would you care to join us?
I'm afraid that synthahol has no effect on my systems, Commander.
We're not drinking Synthahol.
Alcohol is similarly ineffective.
What about jet fuel?
You have my curiosity piqued.
And she attempts to eat the comm badge.
Well, come on down and we'll find out if it works on you.
And we'll have
And the comm link disconnects.
and we'll start with a new scene a couple hours later. So lose your one of your momentum.
Oh, shame.
Does that reset stress or?
It does, yes. So everyone's stress should reset back down to 0.
All right. And where are we starting this scene?
You'll be starting the scene in. Actually, depends on Pent, really. Haha. You can have it in the briefing, if you will, in your quarters. But there is office space you could probably get because you're the ship in the area, so they kind of have some offices set aside for the 10th.
Lieutenant, where would you like to meet?
Over dinner. Sorry.
Command officer's prerogative.
We can meet in your lab or an office.
An office would be suitable.
Very well.
So you're in the upper decks where the offices reside.
Residential offices. To be fair, for a lot of career officers, they are residential officers.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, what's the... What do you need to talk to me about?
Commander, the Admiral has tasked me with compiling a briefing for you, detailing the current information on one of a number of anomalies the Kismet sensors detected while we were escorting the... She kind of cants her head to the side for a moment. Ship to its rendezvous point.
Very well. Anything in particular we are investigating?
Yes, sir. The appearance of a Klingon vessel inside Federation space, deeper than would normally be within standard operating procedure. The ship is a Cavort-class Klingon cruiser. Is it a cruiser?
Yeah, cruiser, you're right.
Yeah, cruiser. I thought so. Cavort-class Klingon cruiser, the IKS Sliven. Captained by one Tohlati Thrik. That's a mouthful. Currently tasked with border security of the Klingon Empire. He's been known to probe the Federation border on occasion. However, at this point in time, he took, I'm presuming, the IKS Sliven and entered orbit of Omicron Ceti 4, where he then proceeded to bombard the planet. Omicron Ceti 4 is a uninhabited H-class planet where the Federation had established some mining colony. However, that facility was abandoned some 10 years back. The strategic importance of Omicron Ceti 4 is now minimal, and all valuable materials were thought to have been extracted. The purpose for the captain's bombardment of the planet is therefore unknown.
Do you have any hypotheses of why he may have done that?
Not without further information.
Very well.
Go on. There's no indication as to why the captain would have done this, presuming he's still in command of the ship. He's from a minor house and not on incredibly good terms with the KDF command structure. So something like this that could jeopardize a commission seems like an unwise procedure.
True, but people make bad choices every single day.
Noted.
Have we been given a timeline for departure?
Negative. However, there are additional possible avenues of investigation if we are able to determine this particular anomaly.
Those being?
Pend, you can give me an insight plus command difficulty 1.
I'll give you a threat.
Whoa. I'll be right back. Something rather loud just happened where I am.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I'll definitely want Myth taking point on this entire operation.
Alrighty.
I'll just wait for GM to get back before I ask him if any of my focuses apply.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make a sandwich quickly.
Ooh, sandwich.
Yeah, I hear you. I also want a sandwich, but I only iced tea and chicken.
I want food, but I can't have dairy right now because I'm on some antibiotics.
Haha.
Yeah.
Also, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's fine.
When you get of it, I'll send you a nice recipe for pancakes.
And I'm back. My neighbor did something rather loud. Nothing to worry about.
Ah,
I was wondering, could composure work for a focus or no?
An increased complication, I take it.
No, it's not worth it. I'll just roll 3.
yeah, I mean, you're already rolling a 3 on a difficulty 1 task.
Oh, how'd you buy the third with momentum
Threat.
or threat? With threat? Okay, so I should have one more. Gain a momentum. From that order, and given what your experience being in command or being having served, this is you're the given the mission profile of the Kismet right now, you're probably being given somewhat of a free hand to. You're being lightly suggested by the Admiralty to check out what's happening in a certain area of space to determine if there's certain assets that need to be moved, if they need to start moving ships around to help you. So it's probably an unofficial sooner the better, but as long as nothing gets worse, taking your time shouldn't hurt you too bad in your future evaluations.
Okay.
If you were a different type of ship, like a multi-role, they might give you a much harder number. But as a strategic and diplomatic ship, you're kind of left to evaluate whether or not more attention's needed for a problem, or for more specialized ships required for a certain problem, or if you can just solve it yourself.
That makes sense. Lieutenant Myth, I'm going to have you take point on this operation. So if you want to contact the remainder of the senior staff, we can head aboard to Kismet and set off immediately.
Understood, Commander.
I'll mention also, Penn, that the captain was not brought up in these orders, and he should have been. You're the one getting the briefing. Normally, it'd be you being sent to do this, and then you informing the captain. That's the normal procedure, not the science officer.
Yes, and if you ask Comith, she might say something. If you don't, she won't.
Myth, have you seen the captain recently?
I was ordered not to investigate the captain's whereabouts, Commander. Correction. I was suggested not to inquire about the captain's whereabouts.
That's a very good suggestion. You deal with rounding up the crew, and I'll make some suggestions myself.
Understood, Commander. Am I dismissed?
Dismissed.
And Myth leaves to go find the senior staff.
And I'm going to look into the captain.
Give me reason plus command or con, difficulty 2.
I'd like to spend... fuck it, I'll spend 3 momentum. Because I don't want to give you threat on this one.
Can't imagine why.
Can I use poker face, considering I'm going to be quote unquote suggesting, like lying, to get information?
Yeah, you're talking to certain people, trying not to insinuate certain things, but you are insinuating, No, delete. Come back.
Yeah. Can't make him go away. I don't have that power.
What was that, difficulty 3?
2.
Oh, so we get 2 back.
Nice.
2 back. Oh yeah, you're right. Yep, math. it would seem from some of your prodding and asking that Captain Grennan is currently under JAG investigation and is tied up for the moment. It's not related to, oddly, it's not related to the Victoria. It's actually a different issue, and since it's a ongoing investigation, JAG basically you're shut out by everyone in the JAG office. With momentum spends, you could ask an additional question via other departments. You just can't ask JAG anything directly because they're not going to answer you.
Yeah, we'll go ahead with a one spent to try and get it from a different source.
Which department do you want to ask?
I would like to ask the diplomatic corps.
Yeah, there's the diplomatic and various diplomats aboard the diplomatic corps because they're close to. It's one of the older ones because they're along the border with the Klingon Empire. You find some diplomatic attaché or what have you from the office. Yes, Lieutenant Commander, you wanted to speak with me about something? I was told to expect your call.
Yes, recently the Captain Grennan of the Kismet has been not missing but tied up with litigation and meetings. I'm just wondering, as the Kismet's about to head out, what these meetings are, in case there's anything serious. You know how it goes.
Yeah, certainly. Just one moment. Let's see. It would appear that... Oh, well, that explains why he's tied up. It would seem, Lieutenant Commander, that the captain is accused by someone in the Klingon Imperial forces. And they're working out something in that regard. Given it's a captain being accused, it's a rather serious offense, a rather serious allegation if they're trying to get extradition on the matter. So all I can say for now, since this seems to be under investigation by the Judge Advocate General's office, here at the Diplomatic Corps, we have been in talks with the Klingon ambassador and their staff here on station. For now, he's still here, and we're going to keep him here until our investigation, at least until our investigation's done.
That's
The JAG.
Yeah, that's perfectly understandable. Do you have any idea who has made these accusations?
No. It's pretty sealed up right now, but I would hazard a guess that it would be someone high up in the ranking, equivalent of a general, or someone in the council, for it to be enough for us to hold a captain instead of letting him continue on duty. It looks bad if we let a captain run around while someone of high rank is accusing them of something,
True.
Innocent or not.
Yeah, very true, but thank you for the information. It's good to at least understand why he's being held up.
Anything else I can help you with?
If you can just pass the message on that the Kismet is currently leaving station. That's about it.
To whom?
To Captain Grennan, if you get the chance.
Oh, yeah, I can do that.
I wouldn't want him to come out of the investigation and think someone's stolen his ship.
Yes. Understandable. I'll be sure to have one of our staff pass along a message to him. Assuming the JAG officers haven't done it already.
That's perfectly fine. I'll also remind him if he needs any help, he can try talking to Azalon. He should know who that is.
Let me type that in. Okay, there, I'll remember that. To Azalon, actually.
Yes.
Could you spell that for me?
I could, 1 second.
There we go. I have it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
You as well. And then the screen cuts to the standing logo, the standby logo.
Well, what shit are we in now? And I'll head to the Kismet.
Aran, where are you after a couple hours away and effectively into into your active shift? How are you doing?
Aran is currently hungover and reading the reports from the Kismet on its engine status and some just sensor readouts, internal sensors.
Give me insight plus engineering difficulty 2 as you read over the reports.
Mm-hmm. Insight engineering.
And the Kismet will assist with computers plus engineering because the assumption is that it would have been logged by staff.
Yeah, rolling.
Oh, hey.
And the Kismet was computers engineering.
Yes.
And it's one die.
Cool. Gain a momentum.
Thank you.
I can't spell. From what you could tell, the Kismet had some minor issues with the shield grid system that had been rectified now that it had a lot of time in dry dock. It does seem that the secondary reactor, they took some time to do some, not full maintenance, but like some extra little tuning to kind of help it be a little more efficient. Nothing drastic happened, just to minimize problems down the road.
All right, that's fair. That's how I would run it.
Yeah. And
Cool.
as you're reading over things, the world explodes. No.
Fuck. All right.
Somebody comes for a visit. Do I not have the door chime anymore? Yeah. You hear a beep at your door. That's a door chime.
Enter. He puts down the pad.
As Lieutenant Myth walks in.
Myth! How nice. I haven't seen you today yet. How are you?
Oh, sorry. I stepped away. I just
I
got back to hear Myth.
Yeah, I can tell by your blank stare that you have something to tell me, but don't know how to say it.
What was the lead up to this? Sorry.
You chimed the door to gather Aran, and then he said, "Come in," and you have just stepped in.
All right. Lieutenant Aran.
Myth, it's nice to see you.
The Kismet will be leaving the station soon.
I'll
Commander
get my
Pend has
things.
asked me to inform the senior staff.
I'll get my things. Thank you, Myth. Yes. How are you?
I'm functioning properly.
Good. I'm glad my engineering team got you put together in a nice order.
The assistance was appreciated.
I'd like to, without sounding dumb, Aran, would you mind if I looked over their work sometime?
I'll let you know if anything goes wrong.
Thank you.
She nods.
Yeah. I'll see you later.
Yes, Lieutenant. And she leaves.
And Aram begins to pick his things up and put them in a bag.
Mr. Varder,
Yes, hi.
It's been a couple hours. Your shift's coming up. What are you up to?
Well, my shift's coming up. I mean, probably not much, honestly. I'm just bajorning around.
Just hanging out in your quarters, sort of thing, or
Yeah.
Right.
Just,
your
you
door
know,
chimes.
some relax. Okay. Enter.
You see an android enter.
Come to kill
Lieutenant.
you.
Master Chief. Commander Penn has asked me to inform the senior staff that the Kismet will be departing the station.
All right. Well, thank you. I'll do what I need to do.
Very good. I believe we are departing at... She cocks her head. 1400.
Understood.
Good day.
And to you, Lieutenant.
And she leaves.
I guess, oh well, time to go do checks and all of that sort of stuff to make sure everything's ready. As far as security is concerned.
Give me insight security difficulty 2.
Insight security difficulty 2.
And the Kismet will help you in this regard with sensors and security.
Would chain of command help as a focus?
Yeah, you'd know who to talk to and to make it a more efficient security check rather than checking with like the crewman.
Mhm.
So what's going on in your department? I don't know, sir.
So
I mean, we have enough stem bolts for the day, if that's what you're asking. No, that is not what I'm asking, crewman.
why are we using stem bolts and security?
They're self-sealing.
Oh, okay, and then the ship.
Also, the difficulty would be down by 1 because of the advanced sensor suite.
So you actually have 2 floating momentum from your security check. I will say, with the success on its own, it does seem that you were told by your security staff that the Judge Advocate General's office and Starbase Secure and Starfleet Security were combing over the ship not that long ago, running not just the investigation regarding the destruction of the Defiant class ship, but also regarding some other matter that they just told them that was classified. They had the right orders, so they checked it a couple times to make sure, and they picked over every bit of the ship. They scanned everything, and they said, when they asked, hey, is anything wrong? They said, we can't tell you, but keep up the good work, and they left. That was and the last guy kind of left about an hour and a half ago.
Okay.
But you do have 2 floating momentum.
I didn't even. Oh, the ship got rolled. Never mind.
Yeah.
What do we do with floating momentum again? Questions, right?
You can use 1 for a question or 2 for an advantage. Or 2 for creating a problem for the other side, but...
Ideas, anyone?
Maybe we create an advantage for planetary scanning.
Yeah. Could be good.
Yeah, that sounds like the plan.
And if having run through all the security systems and personnel could give us that advantage, then sure, yeah.
The way I would flavor that advantage is that you would have in your next sensor sweep regarding a planet, you can have your departments, basically some of your second in command of the department, as it were, your assistant department head, would probably brief you a little bit on what's coming up. They've heard already where the ship might be going, which
And-
might be investigating the 2 planets in the Omicron SETI system. And they're like, well, sir, maybe we should, I would suggest that perhaps we could help calibrate, go with the science department and help calibrate the sensor array for looking for energy signatures and weapon signatures through the sensor system, and give them a quick brush up course to kind of
Pre-mission preparations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't been strictly ordered to do that, but there's nothing saying we can't do that unless the science head tells us to stop. But
Being ready is better than not, so let's do it.
okay. So you start getting that underway. Myth, various other departments, especially in the operations, they gathered the large portion of the common crew. That's not something you'd have to worry about, because you eventually find the head of operations, and they go, okay, and I'll handle everybody else, because that's their job.
Right.
So you're kind of left to be the last senior officer on station for the moment, as far as you're aware.
Realizing this, she heads to the Kismet.
And is this the right one? It is. One moment, please. And I'm back. Change music or sound effects rather, because you're on the ship now. You should up over here if you're not already. And doop. So yes, everyone's aboard. Head of operations reports all crew aboard. Commander.
Very good. Mr. Wittergast, set a course at cruising speed to the Omicron SETI system, please.
Aye, sir. Stand by. Calculating course. Cruising speed.
9.7.
And that should put you there about. Should be there in about 20 hours, sir.
Very
At
good.
cruising speed.
Engage when you've had the course.
Sir, would you like me to undock from station?
I mean, that would be a very good idea unless you wish to bring them with us, Wittergast.
Aye, sir.
I mean, I have to assume you would know to do that before you take off.
Well, standing procedure, sir, is to check with the commanding officer before undocking. It's a violation otherwise, sir.
I have never
said-
once checked with a superior officer to undock when they've told me to fly a ship.
Oh. Taught you back in the Connie days, sir. Kind of grins as he's tapping at his console and getting permissions to undock.
Yeah, you just worry about getting us there. Don't worry so much about having to do every single thing about it by the book.
You heard that, everyone? I have orders. I'm allowed to go off book now. Operations guy kind of chuckles a bit.
Yeah, if you go too far off the book, I might beat you to death with it.
Oh. They don't print books anymore, sir. They have pads now, you see.
I can replicate one and beat you to death with it.
All right, sir. We are away. Lining up with vectors. And ready to engage.
Engage when ready. Is the rest of the senior staff on bridge?
Myth is there.
Around
Carter's probably there.
Senior staff, could you meet in the ready room?
Yes, sir.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
Whoa. Thanks, Mr. Token. I did not need that. So the four of you gather up in the often used captain's ready room.
So, we've currently been dispatched to the Omicron SETI system to investigate a recent Klingon bombarding of a relatively empty planet. Lieutenant Myth, would you like to fill them in on the details?
Certainly, Commander. And I fill them in on the details of that. Which is, there's, a captain. He's not too well liked. He bombarded a planet. We don't know why. Planet H class.
Has he gone rogue, or is it? Could you remind me what an H class is?
H class planets are dry terrestrial planets that are hot, little surface water and ice, marginally habitable.
All right. Could this be an attempt at terraforming?
I don't believe so, Lieutenant.
Hmm.
What I detected appeared to be weapons fire.
Well,
If this was an attempt at terraforming, it's something radical.
well, I didn't say it would be finesse. I implied that it would be crude. An attempt. But yes.
Indeed.
Sorry.
However, the presence of a Klingon ship within Federation space activating its weapon systems, even on an abandoned planet,
Yeah.
one, mind you, that used to host a Federation mining facility, is cause for concern.
Yes.
This captain has a slight history of violating Federation territory for questionable reasons.
Hmm.
However, nothing this far and nothing this extreme.
Which is why, when we drop out of warp, Mr. Varda, I would like you to take us to Yellow Alert, and once we start scanning the system, I would like both of you to assist Lieutenant Myth any way you can. The Lieutenant will be taking point, considering this is a scan and report operation.
Yes, sir.
One other detail of note. The IKS Sliven is equipped with an improved torpedo system. Whether it used these torpedoes on the planet is uncertain based on the resolution of the scans that I was able to take at the time. However, if it was used, we may be looking at significant subsurface damage.
That'll be up to the science division and our scanners to try and figure out what he shot at, what they've done, and what's still there.
Understood, Commander.
So again, just to reconfirm, while Lieutenant Myth is taking point, both you, Mr. Aran, and Mr. Vada will be backing her up on whatever she needs. Mr. Vada, you will also be taking the ship to yellow alert as soon as we drop out of warp.
Sir, the security department's already making preparations for surface scans.
We'll, yeah.
Well,
Engineering will
yeah.
run some scans on whatever we can find from the torpedoes, if that'll help.
Well, whatever you can find out is better than nothing. And generally, we wouldn't need to go to yellow alert or raise shields for simple fact finding, but considering we have a possibly unstable element of a Klingon firing torpedoes at a planet, I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Yes. The Cavort-class cruiser is standardly equipped with a cloaking device, and there's no reason to expect the IKS-11 has been modified to remove that. So even if we do not detect the ship upon entering the system, there is still some amount of probability that it will be there.
Well, that's it for the briefing, unless anyone has anything they wish to add.
Do we have their last possible shield, or not shield, their cloaking frequency?
Negative. The Klingon Empire has not been forthcoming in providing cloaking device specifications. I'm assuming.
Then I know.
If the GM says differently, I'll eat my words.
Yeah, no, they're allies. They're not that friendly.
Uh-huh.
But this is just a precaution that Iran likes to make since the attack on the Sleipnir. Then I have nothing more to add. Nothing more to ask.
Master Chief, anything to add?
Nothing further to add.
Very well. Will the three of you get on with your tasks and assist each other when needed? Dismissed.
Yes, Commander.
Pend, anything else you wish to add to the mission directives? I believe those two cover the bulk of what you've ordered people to do.
Yeah, be on the lookout if anything needs to be, let's say, transported, or we need to call in specialist support to get anything done. We are a diplomatic vessel now, so there are limitations on what we can do. If we do require specialists, contact the starbase. Yeah, pretty much.
These act as these are alternative ways to values, if you will, that you can spend determination towards. So when you know what your mission directives for a mission are, those you can spend toward. They're usually established at things like this, at the briefing stage of a mission. Or if the admiral just tells you, these are your directives. And if you act against these directives, that can actually hurt your reputation because you were given explicit orders. These are things I want you to do this mission.
If security decides to, go to 7 forward and get real drunk.
Yeah.
Well, I've never done this before, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are the mission directives. Dismissed.
Who wants to make any attempts at creating advantage, any other activities before we move on to the next scene of entering Omicron Ceti?
I'm not sure.
Hmm?
I'm not sure.
I think I'd like to try to create an advantage with doing additional research on the rest of the system, the Omicron study system, to know what else we might expect when entering the system.
You can do a reason science difficulty 2, or out of fairness, you can spend a momentum to have this question answered, because you did look up this stuff. You would have looked up this sort of stuff before from previous scans, but
Mhm.
you could roll again and possibly get it that way as well if you want to save your momentum.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and save our momentum.
Okay.
That's the Kismet, not my character sheet. I opened the
And-
wrong thing.
So the Kismet does assist you with computers plus science, because you're looking up the data that you have in your computer banks.
Mm-hmm. All right. So that's 3 plus. All right, 4. Get 2 momentum.
Okay, so first off, just for that roll alone, you have more intelligence on the Omicron Ceti system. Omicron Ceti has had problems before. It is on record of having problems before. If I can get the darn thing up. There we go. So Omicron Ceti 4 is information you've already gotten, that you already do know. However, Omicron Ceti 3, it was the planet where the Enterprise actually learned. People who went to Omicron Ceti 3 basically were exposed to a rather lethal Berthold raids that basically wiped out wiped out life. So animals, people, but not like trees and stuff like that. So more animal life, that sort of thing. The only way to
Soft-celled life.
the only way to survive it was the influence of certain spores in a certain part of the planet. Various other colonies on the planet were wiped out, but one in particular, and this is one the Enterprise ran into, was one that was near some spores that were able to keep them going. But it gave this sort of euphoric feeling, and it kind of made them lose their minds a bit. So eventually the colony was evacuated. And since then, it's basically just been quarantined. It's just considered, it's not a tough quarantine. It's more of a travel advisory. Don't go here unless unless you know, stay away from these areas. We're not approving colonies here. If you want to visit in EVA suits, go ahead. You're fine. But don't go there unshielded. And actually, in your sensor logs, Omicron Ceti 3 had a strange, in your own logs, had a scale 9 craft in orbit for a while. And then after some hours later, that same ship flew into the sun.
Yeah.
Beyond that, no other knowledge is known about it, because this is secondhand information that you reported on later. As for Omicron 1 and 2, they're more Mercury, Mars type planets. There's a lot of rock. Rock that is easily available across the Federation, so no one's been breaking their necks about mining them. It was only Omicron Ceti 4 that was worth mining at all. Although, in addition to that, you do learn that there used to be a listening there, back in the little after the Enterprise's era, so around the Kittimer Accord region. There used to be a listening post that was up there that has since been dismantled as part of the Accords, as a sort of nice, hey, look, we already have a starbase. We don't need a secret, listening post to also watch for Klingon activities. But you did get 2 extra momentum. You can ask more questions. You have your freebie one as well for
I have so many questions.
And possibly creating an advantage or a complication for the other side, but
right. Let's see.
I more mentioned the latter for the sake of because that's a thing I tend to forget. Is
Hmm. I'm going to use my science free question to ask about where the source of the Bartold rays were.
Omicron City 3, it comes from the planet itself. It's something that happens from the minerals deep within the planet.
Alright.
And and that's kind of the problem, is that it's so pervasive in the planet's makeup that it just wasn't. You'd have to terraform the planet you'd have to tear it down to its bare bits and then build it back up again.
At
And
which point, you know.
like it's Class M. It's hard to break down a Class M out of that and then build it right back up again.
Hmm.
Plus, arguably, it violates certain directives to do that because there's already life there.
Yeah. All right, and then I think I have. Well, we have 6 and then 1 overflow. Anybody have a question?
Yeah, I was thinking more about either the listening post or the mining operation. If we would get a bit more info on them.
All right.
Is there anything left of the ship?
I think that'll probably be a question for when we get there.
Yeah.
Well, we know that the just like this stuff that I don't think I passed along in briefing, but we know that they were mining some like marginally valuable strategic resources on Omicron City 4 that have since ceased to be particularly useful due to advancements in technology, I think.
I'll rephrase that. It was not great. Like it's not the lithium grade strategic, but it was like duranium, that sort of material. So it was good for shipbuilding to have it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's old materials that nowadays you don't really need as much. So.
All right. Yeah, that's essentially what I was thinking it was.
But what is your free question? Your spend question, I should say.
Spend question. Huh.
I mean, is it possible to get more information on the listening post? As in, was it a separate facility? Was it part of the mining facility? That type of stuff?
It was on a different planet, I think.
I didn't
Right.
elaborate. So.
Yeah.
All I said was there was
we'll-
listening posts in the system.
Yeah, let's spend for that then.
The listening post was placed just at one of the lag ranges around Omicron City 4. It was an independent. It was a low energy signature station. The purpose of such a post is to be as hard to notice as possible from long range. You'd have to be in system and looking for, and then you'd see it because it is a sizable, tiny. It's a scale station that's above 1. It has people in it. And there are bits and pieces of it still there. It's been scavenged since then, but there's some debris that just kind of floats there because there's no real reason to collect it. It's not the materials aren't particularly vital to Federation security or anything. Not anymore. And it was a Starfleet listening post because it was one of the major posts that was meant to capture. If someone from the Klingons were trying to avoid Starbase 27 and they swung wide, but they didn't want to swing so wide that they ran near the Haslak star system. Omicron Ceti was a sort of distant listening post that went ding. Someone's trying to duck around us. A common tactic used along border sectors to have a planet or two have in the area have a listening post just waiting for someone to slip by.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just easier to have a listening post than it is to have a ship just sitting there doing nothing other than burn up dilithium.
Yeah, listening post only needs, a couple crewmen.
Yeah. And at worst to worst, they just call for help from Starbase, and then you're being chased down, and they have your vectors. And if you blow up the station, well, it's an act of war and all, so we'll just attack you back.
I pass on this information to Lieutenant Commander Pend, just through, datapad report.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good to know. It should help us in trying to gain some more information. Thank you.
Of course, sir.
Any other preparations before we enter the system?
I'm good.
Same.
Actually, I think the engineering department will have some suits prepared in case there's an away team, and in case that away team wants to go down to the surface. That's all.
That won't cost you any more. You're doing it so far in advance. So you have some EVA suits set aside. That's easy enough. Do you set aside anything else along with the suits?
I don't know, a drill kit, maybe a rover. As in that. Which movie is that? It's a Star Trek movie where
Nemesis.
Yeah, it was Nemesis.
Yeah, and maybe a shuttle for said things.
We might want to prep just like some basic planetary surveillance gear as well.
Yeah.
Tectonic imagery, imagers.
Yeah.
So on.
That sounds like a plan. Yeah, but besides that, I don't think I have anything else.
Okay. Varder?
Probably finding people who have experience or training regarding slightly more hostile environments for a possible away mission. Because I don't know if that's part of basic training or anything or not, but people that have experience is going to help at least.
In general, Starfleet officers or even crewmen from the Mars Technical College facility, they're taught basic space survival, basic planetary survival. For people who are actually experts on the matter, you could prepare a team at no cost because you're doing so far in advance. Basically, it takes the form of advantage because you can bring down extra personnel who are experts on the matter. There are some security personnel you could do, although if you do invoke them, they do give me a threat because they'd be armed and they'd have equipment specifically for breaching like other people's suits because they're taking advantage of the environment. Maybe extra kit that would increase the danger profile. Science department that has a few people like geologists and surveyors and stuff like that who specifically do planetary expeditions like this. Operations has some people, but they'd be more on this line of people getting big things down there, like not stuff you can bring down with the shuttle. I mean, like full on industrial grade. Let's bring a whole thing down there and build it quickly, and they could arrange for that. But if you're looking for people who will help an away team do well down there, it's either a security team that's trained for that sort of thing, or for an armed encounter, or scientists who are good at or better at getting as much data as possible from the surroundings, because you have literal geologists and planetologists and stuff along. Whereas security guys are more like, well, we know we fought on planets like this before, sort of thing, or have special EVA fighting training. It's like, oh, different focuses.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, there's got to be a reason the Klingons bombed it. So is there something there that's going to be hostile to us, or do we want to have people down there who can tell us why they bombarded it with greater ease?
Science team costs you nothing. Security team will give me a threat because it won't cost you opportunity because again, you're doing it so far.
You know, I'm not scientifically inclined, so have a threat.
I mean, could we technically get both?
If you take another team, you'd have to prepare for having multiple. You could, sorry. But if you do, you'll either have to take multiple shuttles down, or you'd have to have multiple pads ready to go, which can increase complications down the road. But in theory, you totally could. You're a big enough ship. You could literally send 2 shuttles and have 2 pads ready.
If that's the case, yeah, we'll have a second shuttle on standby for more specialized scientific members.
No, have the first shuttle land with security. Oh, look, there's nothing wrong. Send down the second one.
Pretty
Mm-hmm.
much, yeah.
If there is something wrong and we're getting shot at, don't send down the people who don't know how to fight.
Yeah, that seems to make sense.
Alright, there we go then. Sounds like a plan.
We have a lot of preparation,
Yeah. But
which
we've got a lot of
concerns
time.
me.
The benefit of being a strategic ship, you tended to give a lot of heads up on where you're going.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we have tons of time to prepare. Why? We're the strategic ship. We're supposed to know as much as we can.
As opposed
Yeah.
to, oh, here's a bushfire you need to put out right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, send a multi-roll for that because they're there. Of course,
Yeah,
you guys could solve
they're
that
supposed to do
last
everything.
time. Any other preparation, Varder, or finish with your security duties?
Nothing comes to mind from security aspect.
All right. Lose 1 momentum as you go into the scene. Commander now entering the Omicron SETI system.
Very good. Stop at the edge of the system and allow Kismet to start scans.
Reading all stop.
Commencing scans.
Mr. Varda, yellow alert.
Yellow alert, aye.
And I assume the shields are coming up as per protocol.
Correct.
For your scan, give me a reason plus science roll, difficulty 0.
Alrighty.
Is that partly due to the advantage of the planetary scanning briefing thing security?
There's going to be a free question involved with any security matters on that planet, whether or
Okay.
not. So it'll cost one. There's basically one question already being asked ahead of time.
And what's the ship rolling?
It is rolling sensors plus science.
Sensor science.
Oh.
Ooh.
Okay. Let's just spend and cancel that out.
Mm-hmm. I think you gain one still because you're an android.
Yep.
Do we just gain the same that we lost, or what?
Yeah, we gained the one that we lost from the scene change.
Yeah.
Nice.
At current, the computer begins processing as you begin scanning the entire star system and all its relevant planets and anything even at the extreme ranges.
Mm-hmm. This is what I've been ordered to do.
Yep.
And as I may have mentioned, I have a presence of 7.
I mean, to be fair, once we find something to lock onto, then we can focus the scanning.
Yeah.
Lieutenant, I assume you're getting some readings.
Coming in now, Commander. Coming in somewhat slowly.
We need to upgrade our computer's operating system.
Uh-huh. It's strange. It runs at almost like organic speeds.
What should I upgrade? No.
No, it's just when we
You
upgraded
were
to operating system Joan, it's been a bit buggy.
Well, tell me about it. I've heard almost nothing but robot voices for the last half hour or so.
Approximately 200 life forms detected on Omicron 3. In a small settlement. Omicron Ceti 4, Starship crash site. Time uncertain. Also Omicron Ceti 4, indicating recent violent volcanic activity. Possibly related to the bombardment.
Is that everything?
Incoming sensor ping from the listening post, detecting an unknown starship cloaked nearby.
Do we have a location of the cloaked ship?
Do we have the location of the cloaked ship?
I've got two guesses as to what that ship is.
Cloaked ship at extreme range. Precise location unknown.
Do we have a
Debris.
Hold on.
There's debris in a decaying orbit around.
Debris in decaying orbit.
Recent.
Scans confirm Omicron Ceti 4 has been subject to heavy bombardment, specifically in the vicinity of the old mining colony.
Do we want to take a look at the decaying, debris in decaying orbit? Because I'm assuming that's something recent.
Indeed, I theorize this to be the debris from the large-scale ship that was detected on a collision course with the star. This orbit is decaying and will not be stable for, well, it is not a stable orbit.
Well, we can head off towards it, but can we get a confirmation on what type of life forms are on Omicron Ceti 3? Whether they're indigenous or not.
Yep, I'll do that as a free question spend. Definitely non-indigenous life forms, Commander. However, they are not listed in the Federation database. All indications point towards a intelligent species of some kind based on the limited structures I'm able to scan from here.
Very well, as the priority is OC4, let's make that priority.
Understood, Commander. recommend taking us into a closer range for additional scans.
Agreed. Widogast, take us in.
Aye, sir. Should I enter into high arc? Just stay at just at lag range.
Stay at range. We don't want to get too close too quickly.
Aye, sir. Now approaching lag range. Reading medium range. And now entering holding pattern.
Commencing planetary scans.
You can spend toward with your momentum on this one. But you will get more detailed information from these questions because you are closer, so you'll have a higher fidelity scan.
Right. Okay, so I guess the first question is probably confirmation scan of, is this bombardment produced by Klingon weaponry? Bombardment damage.
I won't charge you for that one. You see very
All right.
a mixture of specifically what type of weaponry would require momentum. You know it's Klingon because the signature's it's obviously not Federation and they use type of technology. How exactly they're bombarding the planet is a momentum spend.
Yeah, I will do that momentum spend.
Okay. It was primarily there is some disruptor damage on the ship crash site, and then the majority of the damage seemed to be at the old colony, and then it was at various weak points around the colony with the torpedoes.
All right.
So instead of it necessarily detonating on surface, it would kind of burrow into the planet and then detonate. So there's now a ring of volcanoes all around where the old and lava flows that are now active in the underground around the colony, or what was the colony, I should say.
Data suggests the use of bunker buster torpedoes as were equipped on the IKS Sliven were used to instigate volcanic activity around the old mining colony. Additionally, disruptor damage on a crashed ship.
From the looks of it, looks like they were testing new weapons. Are there any life forms on the planet?
Not that I'm scanning, Commander.
Is there anything further about the debris field?
Which debris field?
The debris and decaying orbit.
We're not the star right now, so I think so. I mean, we're technically closer. All right, I need to actually spend the momentum that's there.
Yeah, you've spent one so far.
Right. Okay. So I guess second question is, what's the crashed ship type?
It would be, and yeah. Do you guys have a doctor that can do the
Yeah, I'm going to sort that out, and I'm going to use Saray and give her the talent of cautious medicine, and it's going to be one true support spend.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, right. I know what I need to look up now. Because you're asking about the ship. Whoops. Tick, tick.
I'm going to take one of the momentum for Saray.
All right.
Does xenobiology count as a focus?
Yes.
And is that assisted by the ship?
Yeah. Sensors plus medicine.
So technically the difficulty would have been down to 2. So that's 2 momentum
Yes.
gain.
All right. Sensor readings coming in now, Captain. That would technically be Captain.
Oh yeah, acting captain until Grenin gets back.
Mm-hmm. I was like, wait, no, yeah, that's right, actually.
Does that make your skin crawl?
Nah.
Ooh, no.
See, it doesn't make my skin crawl. It would make some of my characters' skins crawl.
He has that effect on people.
Uh-huh. Again, Varro is spinning in his grave throughout most of our missions.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
As for the life form reading, which I think by the sound of hell, yeah, you did. Cool, you made it by a bit. There are not that many. There are 14 life forms of humanoid that seem to be a mixture of various Federation species, so human, Bajoran, Endorian, that sort of thing. They seem to be in the colony, centralized in one of the one of the mining buildings, at the mining facilities, rather, at the edges. Although they seem, reading suggests that they seem to be rather faint. Although that's partially because we're scanning through planet surface, like they are deep underground. But that also may indicate that they are in some level of medical trauma and distress.
Well, it seems we found out why they were shooting bunker busters.
Indeed.
Just to confirm, Lieutenant Myth, it was stated that there was a cloaked ship in the area, correct?
Confirmed. According to the listening post.
And
I will note the listening post should not be active, Captain.
Oh no, the scans in the debris. You saw
okay.
it among.
Got it. Statement redacted.
Communications. Broadcast this on all frequencies. To the cloaked vessel in the orbit of Omicron Ceti 4. We know you're there. Please decloak and engage in communications.
Presence plus command opposed. It's almost like the other guy probably doesn't want to let you know they're there. Nothing but us chickens out here.
Yep, that makes sense. I'm going to give you 1 threat.
Okay.
We have momentum.
I'm going to spend that threat.
I need to spend 1 threat for bold, but I'm also going to spend momentum. And I'm going to give... I really want these to come out. Would anyone be opposed to giving him either 2 or 5 momentum?
I'm not at all opposed to 2. I think 5 might cut into our ability to do further scans if this doesn't work.
I can go for it.
That's fair.
1 second.
And I'm guessing composure will work for this one.
At increased complication, because to a certain degree, you do want to come off.
Maybe poker face then?
Spending 2 threat. I'd give you an increased complication because they can't really see you. They're going to hear you, but poker face will help at least compose your voice a little bit and keep it steady, or at least under your control.
Yeah, I'll take the increased complication. So focus, comp 2, task 4 with a reroll. I'll reroll that 0. So that's 6.
Versus their 4. You beat them by 2.
We gained 2 momentum back.
Gain 2 momentum back. I'll roll 6 challenge dice.
One
Don't
second.
think that worked.
Yeah, I don't think that worked. 1 second.
Yeah.
Sure. It always happens at least once.
There we go.
There we go.
Sensors. What's the ISS of that ship?
All right, sensors is me.
Or anyone really? What ship is it?
IKS
IKS
running
11.
identification. That comes back to you.
Comms. Open communication directly to the Slytherin.
Beam communications open.
What was that noise?
That is them hailing you.
On screen.
This is the IKS Slytherin. You are speaking with a captain of the Imperial Navy. What purpose do you have to expose us, Kismet?
Well, Slytherin, more directly Captain Vrick, you are currently in Federation space and above a Federation planet of which has recently suffered Klingon torpedo fire. Care to explain your actions?
You can give me presence plus command difficulty 2.
Again, poker face or composure.
Poker face would apply here.
I'll give you. I'll spend 1 more momentum. What's it, difficulty 2? Sorry?
2, yes. Okay, now momentum. Well, Kismet, we were on a hunt, or I was, for some smugglers who of the Klingon Empire, or they tried to evade justice by fleeing into Federation space. And they hid on that planet. And I decided to smoke them out, as the humans say. And I think I've got them. But rather than leave things to chance, I decided to stay nearby and keep an eye out. I'm not particularly needed at the moment, and these are very dangerous smugglers.
Do you have proof of these claims?
Are you calling me a liar, Kismet?
No, but I would still very much prefer proof of these claims, sir.
I've heard of your Kismet. This was the same ship that allowed a planet to be attacked by terrorists. Why should I be in any way trusting you with vital Klingon Empire secrets? Especially someone who's he squints his eyes at you, a lieutenant commander.
Well, that's a very good question. But I should also ask the question, what would happen if a Klingon vessel suddenly got into a fight with a Federation vessel in Federation space?
We're here enforcing the law. I don't see how that's in violation of our agreement.
Your
Unless the
law.
Federation is in favor of harboring fugitives.
If these people are fugitives, we will take them to justice. But they are on Federation space, meaning we will detain them, and then we'll take them to the starbase to face justice.
I would remind the Klingon captain, Klingon law does not apply in space. If you wish to pursue fugitives who've escaped, you will need to seek extradition.
Presence plus con, and the good android can assist. Difficulty 2. As you're invoking a certain legality to get the captain to leave off.
I would like to give 3 momentum.
I don't think Myth's going to let you. So, good luck with that.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that should take us down to 3.
I think it's down to 2.
No, we were
Unless
back
I
up to
missed.
6.
Oh. Okay. Cool. I'd lost track somewhere there. And I'm technically assisting you. Hey!
So we gain 2 back. Hey, there's a reason why I chose Myth as the number 1 for this operation.
Yeah, I somehow made that roll.
Very well, Kismet. We'll try it your way. But I would advise you that we stay cloaked nearby in case these fugitives have friends come to help them.
Very well. If friends come to help them, you may assist in detaining them. But until then, please allow us to retrieve the individuals on the planet.
Very well, Kismet. We'll be watching. Sliven out.
Whew, Klingons.
Indeed.
Can't live with them, can't live without them. Or,
Lieutenant, I believe that the biological diversity of the galaxy would be somewhat increased without the presence of the Klingon Empire.
good point, good point. Also, it was a joke, but yes,
Ah,
I'm sorry.
Well, we
Well.
can leave the jokes for now. Mr. Aran, can you work with Lieutenant Myth to pinpoint the location of these so-called smugglers beneath the mining
sir.
base?
Yes, sir. Do you require us to go down there, or do you use sensors?
For now, I'd like you both to pinpoint them via the Kismet. If it is required for an away team, I'd probably say a security team with medical staff.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
we'll see what we can do.
The medical officer you summoned points out, sirs, if we're going to do more detailed scan, we'd probably need to be closer. I got the best scans I could, but distance is a factor on top of planetary interference.
Yeah.
Very well, Mr. Wittergast. Get us as close as possible without endangering the ship.
Aye, sir. I can stay in low orbit away from the volcanic eruptions. We'll be in atmosphere. We'll be touching atmosphere. We'll be plenty safe. We shouldn't be endangered from anything that high up.
Well, we'll still have shields active, so very well.
Exactly, sir. Now entering low orbit.
Oh, that requires a threat spin.
It does now.
Fun. All right.
Approaching high orbit. Continuing approach. Now entering low orbit.
Oh.
Sir, I'm having trouble maintaining low orbit. Feels like the gravitational pull is increasing. I'm maintaining, but all of a sudden the ship starts shaking around. But the internal dampeners aren't really handling this too well, sir.
I'm on it. I'll see if I can boost them.
Give me a presence plus engineering difficulty 2 to get your teams on it quickly.
Yes. Lead by example.
If you want to lead by example, you'd have to go down there yourself, which you can do. That turns it into a control engineering task. Difficulty stays the same, but the complication goes up by 2 because you have to take time getting to the problem and then fixing it yourself.
Then
But lead by example would apply in that case.
I couldn't call. No, fuck it. I'll do it from here. It's fine.
Yep.
Presence engineering. Yeah. Rolling.
You are assisted by ship's communication plus engineering. If that's any help.
Yeah, I'll
That's
roll that.
good. Communications engineering. All right.
Uh-oh.
Well,
We'll spend 2 momentum to cancel it. Or would you like to take threat?
He's not even succeeding so far. That's the other problem.
Yeah.
Well, I can't seem to fix it from here. All I ask is keep her flying. I'll be back.
For now, Mr. Wittergast, take us back into high orbit.
Aye, sir. Increasing our ascent. I believe you're spending 2 momentum to get rid of that.
Yeah,
Unless you want to suffer the complication.
I mean,
A bad thing's going to happen if you don't spend complication.
if you want to take threat, take
Momentum.
threat. But if not, we'll spend.
I'm
Oh
gonna
no, I had
go
a complication in
engineer.
mind. And then you said spending momentum. Like, oh, never mind. Then I won't worry about it.
Yeah, I'd rather not have the ship drop onto a planet.
But because he failed, some bad stuff happened. It just isn't as bad. As the ship begins to ascend, the ship suffers. Actually, no, it doesn't, because your resistance is gonna eat it. Yep, it eats it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. The ship starts taking damage, but the shields hold. However, 1 power is lost as the ship has to fight really hard to pull up and away and ascend into high orbit.
I do very little good up here. I'm gonna head down to engineering if that's all right with you, acting captain.
That's fine.
Stabilized high orbit, sir. Not a whole lot of damage. I'll have to use a lot of power to get us out.
Yeah, I'll see if I can reroute some power and fix the what the fuck what was the problem?
The dampeners, sir.
The dampeners. I'll fix the problem.
For now, and while he's on his way down there, let's try and get us much of the details scanned from high orbit?
Yes, sir.
This is a this is a reason plus medicine roll. Because you have the medical crewman around, they can roll it, or they can assist someone else with the roll.
Well, they've got a reason medicine of 14.
Yeah, that's better than what I've got, so I'll be assisting.
That sounds really low, though.
So, yeah, what was the difficulty? Yeah. I'll spend 1 momentum for cautious. And is this assisted by the ship as well?
Yes. Sensors plus medicine.
So, difficulty 2.
Yes.
So here's Saray.
Alright, here's Myth. That's,
So was it senses science or senses medicine?
Sensors medicine.
still 1 success from Myth. So it's a reason roll.
So you got 2 momentum out of that. More detailed scan from high orbit suggests that the life forms have been exposed to prolonged exposure to heat, exceptionally high temperatures. They have bundled into a sort of panic room of sorts. However, because the facility is not powered, she politely puts it that they've kind of made their situation a little worse because yes, they have cover from the heat that all the magma and stuff's creating in the chamber, but now they've just basically put themselves in a brick oven, so they're actually getting worse. But you can understand why they wouldn't move because all the surfaces would basically be exceptionally hot. If you touched anything, it would burn your hand. They have about 6 hours left before before it becomes lethal. Or sorry, it becomes fatal, I should say. Right now, it's already lethal that they're there.
Suggestions from senior staff on how to recover the stranded people.
I mean, we could try to beam them out if it's not too shielded. It wouldn't be too hard, I suppose.
Potentially.
If it is,
How-
we could land, get a team down there with a beacon of some kind to allow a lock on down there.
Yeah.
Transport enhancers.
Yeah. I suggest a particularly small team for that, so that we could get everyone in one go, or a few goes.
Are the EV
If
suits set up
these-
for this type of situation?
They should.
If these are smugglers, as the Klingon claimed, they may not be eager to depart with Starfleet forces.
Well, then we give them the choice. They depart with us, or they depart with the Klingons. And with depart with the Klingons, I mean they die.
Well, they stay there and they die. Their choices are,
Limited. It's a Hobson.
and most smugglers are not that hardcore, from my experience.
Yes.
Very well.
So, I volunteer.
So, would the consensus from the senior staff be take a shuttle down, try to convince them to come up?
I'll remind you that they are underground.
Then I suggest that we either send a ways of communication, or just communicate with them. Then send someone to set up the beacon, and we get them out of there.
And they're in an underground facility, correct? So we should be able to enter it ourselves.
Yes.
Theoretically, yes.
I'll run some scans to see if an entrance is viable.
for 2 momentum, you can have an entrance.
Ooh, I like that.
I'll
Sure.
have-
The advantage of you find an entrance that isn't caved in or destroyed by torpedo fire or filled with magma.
I
Uh-huh.
think we did the right choice here.
And then we just need transport enhancers, or one, or however it works.
I think 3 is the standard.
Pattern enhancers. They come in a bundle of 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For each bundle of 3, they have 3 uses.
Yeah.
After that, their portable batteries run out because they use up a lot of energy doing it.
Then take
Yeah.
2 sets then, because there's 14 people down there.
Yeah.
So that'll get out 6. Right?
Correct.
We can only afford 1.
Oh no, it's 2 total because it's 1 per.
Oh, it's 1 per. Okay.
Hold on.
That doesn't seem quite right.
And can we just take one and replacement batteries? Same
That
thing,
costs the same
probably.
amount, yeah.
Yeah.
Although theoretically you could do that. You could spend it and just have the same bundle, an extra battery charge instead of another bundle because they're large. They're pretty big.
Yeah.
Like they cover a torso of a person.
Let's do that because it's fun.
Question. So,
Mhm.
taking 1 set of them is 9 people. So, if we took one of the largest storage shuttles with
The
Along
friend.
Varda and some security staff just to make sure, we could fit the other 5 on there.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
However, if they don't have suits, getting to the surface might be an issue.
So could it be could we do the one cost for 1 set of pattern enhancers and 1 cost for extra EV suits in case?
That'll cost you 2 to create that advantage.
Also, wait, how many does 3 charges transport? Because I was under the impression it was 3 individuals. Or is it
I've
transport?
ruled it that it's the amount a pad would cover. So you
Okay.
you can beam up 6 at a time plus
Oh.
a bit of cargo.
Okay, so then with 2 sets, we'd be able to get up probably about 12 people.
No.
Oh no, with 1
Is
set
it-
would be able to get 18 in total.
Yeah, that's
3
that's what
uses,
I'm
6
getting.
people at a time, yeah.
So that should
And-
cover it then.
Oh.
If we take 2, then if they want to bring things that we then will
Confiscate.
confiscate as contraband, then sure. It gives us more right.
If they want to bring evidence along, then
Yes. Yes. I don't see why that would be a problem.
so 1 set and batteries as replacement because carrying 2 is just bulky.
That's fair.
Small team plus security.
So you, me, and some security.
We're very persuasive. Just the 2 of us, by the way.
Well, yeah, we were the we were the operations yellow. Very
No, I was
scary
meaning
color.
I've got 9 presents.
And I've got 9 presents.
It's better than my 7 presents.
I do have 4 command.
I do have 3 command.
Hey,
See, both of you are better than me.
Yeah.
So I'm
I only
rocking
have
the
2
best
con.
presence command of 14.
I have 2 con though.
Sorry.
This
I
is
have
what we have a
3
captain for.
Yeah.
3 con and small craft. It'll be fine.
Sorry, they should be wearing gold, not red.
Yeah, we're not bringing red shirts.
We're not bringing red shirts.
Yeah, you left that
You
one
know, 'cause
behind.
they'd outrank you.
They would
rose
outrank
up.
both of us, yeah.
All right, so you bought yourself a pattern enhancer kit.
Mhm. And battery.
Are you bringing along any of the other along, like the drilling kit. You prepared like the drilling kit, land rover, planetary scanning equipment.
Are we taking?
You already have
the
a security
shuttle
detail set up because you've gathered them up, so they were just sitting ready to go.
Are we shuttling in, or are we transporting in?
Depends on how the surface looks like. I don't know if we can tell that from here or not.
I mean, I am a transporter expert. I could take a look at the topographical and see if we could fix something like that.
Because if we can get the shuttle close enough to just have us transport near the entrance,
yeah,
then we could do that.
Yeah, we could.
But if we need to, say, land a distance away and then hoof it, we could take the rover and drive instead.
Yeah.
Because they don't have much time.
Yeah, the problem is with the rover is that it is large. It takes up those 12 passenger seats.
True.
They're foldable chairs.
Let's see how close we can get transported, or if there's a place close enough to land the shuttle. And then we'd have someone on the shuttle still who can lift off again, so not leave it on a planet with moving magma.
Yeah, I mean...
Sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah. It does.
And I don't think we'll need the drill or the surface scanning equipment.
Hopefully not. I think phasers will be just enough to melt through whatever we need to, if that would be the case.
Right.
This is very recent con. I'll do that.
Actually, I can do recent con because I'll get a free success on it.
Oh well, then you do.
Science-y on sensors makes sense anyway.
Yeah, and I'll roll for the ship.
That's
Never mind.
Wow. Nope. I still get a success.
It's true.
So that's still one success.
It is, you know.
There we go. It's still a success.
So, you don't so much see it as you remember from a class you had, a lecture about how to do planetary surveys on Class H. Like you didn't know the answer, but you know someone who did. Who told it to you, and you memorized it.
Exactly.
And then the ship kind of fills in the blanks of, if you see this on your sensor screen, do this. Like, oh, well, there's a landing spot right there.
It's fair. Is it close enough?
You can land pretty much right on top of the, not on top, but like real close to within like spitting distance of the entrance.
Of the entrance. All right.
It's kind of meant to do that. They kind of meant it so that way you could shuttles could very quickly get down to near, like they flatten the area there.
That's good. Well, I
will tell you for free because a security enhancement was put in. That particular landing spot, it doesn't have like people waiting for you or anything. But the problem is, from a security standpoint, the landing pad is viable. However, there is a rather persistent tectonic events occurring. So it's not a full-on earthquake, but it's enough that it could, if situation changes at all, it could develop into one. And given the amount of damage to the region, it would escalate quickly into a high Richter scale earthquake, which could endanger the shuttle.
Okay.
So definitely have a pilot to take off again and not leave the shuttle parked.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Alright, so we'll spend a crew support to send the shuttle down with a pilot. Or spend it as needed and have one of you fly down and then someone else be on there to fly back up if necessary.
We don't have that many con officers.
We've got Ensign Jason.
We've also got Newland Bucks.
Oh, right. Astrometics. Trill.
Either or works.
Yeah. I mean, I can take us down there, but she can take it back up.
Okay, yep.
Yeah.
You're the one who knows more piloting stuff, so you can choose the backup.
Yeah.
I would recommend taking Wittergast because he has small craft, I think.
Yeah, I have small craft too.
Correct. Yeah, take Wittergast and we'll have Vox take the con.
Yeah, that's fair. You're gonna be staying there, so yeah. Cool.
Nice to see you, Wittergast. Please, yeah, take the co-pilot seat.
Which shuttle are you taking down?
We're taking the T'Pren
The Pren?
because it's big enough.
That's the big issue. Haha, get it.
I will hurt you.
Also, this shuttle doesn't give the GM threat, which is nice.
What
Yep.
about the Type 8, say the Neruda?
The Neruda.
The
It
Neruda
is-
is armed.
Is it?
Yeah, it's for
Yeah.
6.
It's for 6 people.
Yes.
Yeah, the
it's
T'Pren is
Oh,
the best
It's
choice
for
here.
8. It's for 8 people.
Yeah.
A crew
And-
of up to 2 and 6 passengers.
And a ruling that this is just a me thing, but if you don't spend the escalation, the presumption is that they may not. They could deactivate the phaser array, the phaser banks, and just have them shut off for diplomatic reasons. Because sometimes you want shuttles to be on and off like that.
Fair. Like,
But if you
might
wanted
wanna
to have
send over a
weapons, you
small
need
shuttle.
to spend in advance. Yeah.
But yeah, the T'Pren.
Yeah, because
Uh,
also the T'Pren has a good feature for if you're down there and you need something.
Definitely. Yeah.
It's like, oh shit,
Have-
we might have left something useful in the T'Pren. Let's go search it.
Have you tried talking to them? Have you tried talking to them?
No.
We could have Myth working on that while we fly down because we don't want to delay.
Waste time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's fair. But we need to make sure that they know that we're coming because otherwise they might not know what's at stake, and we might be fired upon either way.
Yeah. So let's have both happening.
Inform them that it's a crime to fire upon us.
Well, we've got a security team fully prepped for breaching suits. Yeah.
I will note that the two player characters, main characters, do take up seats. Wintergast does because they're an active person that can roll and stuff. The security detail does not because, as an advantage, they're meant not to hold you back. So the presumption there is that they would kind of be standing and purposely. They're not very comfortable, but that's not why they're there. They're there to be security. So just keep that in mind. But if you do, although I will say with the security detail, you can activate people of security from them.
Yeah.
But you start losing the advantage gets weaker as you do that because there's
Mhm.
more and more of them being eaten up by the crew support.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
Woohoo!
So T'Pren starts making its way.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm gonna roll for flying, I suppose.
As you start approaching the planet, you get a navigation alert that you are being exposed to intense heat.
That's cool. It's not the first time in a week or so.
You have
Insight
shields.
plus-
We have shields.
Do you turn them on?
Hell yeah.
When you turn on the shields, the heat warning goes away.
Thank you.
I knew that was gonna be it.
Good.
Why do you think I said immediately when we got into the system, let's go to yellow alert?
Well, you don't want to have the shuttle have shields while it's in the shuttle bay, bouncing around like a little ball.
Uh-huh.
Depran, could you shut up your shields until you're out of the shuttle bay first?
That could be a hilarious way to deal with boarders in the shuttle bay, though.
No.
It might be slightly fucked up.
Yeah, that might be
in
a war
pinch.
crime.
It wouldn't be
Yeah.
a war crime. There's nothing about using a ship's shields as a weapon.
mean,
Is
it's
there?
There might be.
specifically, but
Crushing someone under a ship is crude, barbaric, and not a weapon for a civilized age.
However, if you have no other options, it's entirely acceptable.
Well, you
Chuck
can-
up
Bear in mind,
T'Pren
you're talking to the person who fought guerrilla
Yes,
warfare.
this is the T'Pren.
is now approaching low orbit.
Mhm.
Your inertial damper starts shaking a bit. The whole shuttle starts shaking around you. Security guys start grabbing onto stuff with not with any panic, more of a "Yep, this is happening." Like
Your
they
shit
expected.
handles.
To get the rest of the way down, it's going to be a con check, and I'm going to make sure my number's right. I think I want to say 2, but it might be lower. I'm going to double check myself because there's rules for this as written that I can go by.
That's cool.
Well, emergency landing is what I'm treating it as, effectively.
Oh, well, I've done one of those, or a few, mostly one.
Works if I tell the PDF
Yeah.
landing.
And I assume
Did-
Wittergast is assisting.
Yeah. Did
Yes,
I
because there's
mention-
2 pilot seats.
Did I mention the time when I crash landed a shuttle on
That's not comforting, sir.
on the lawn of the Betasoid College of whatever?
That's more comforting, sir.
Yeah. They smacked my fingers. I was 6. So I've been
I'm
doing
surprised
this
you
for a
reached the
while.
controls.
Well, I had
Do you have books
I-
under you?
books. No, I talked to the computer.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's why you crashed.
No, I steered via the computer.
That's what I'm saying. Eventually, it's hard to land easily with just a computer.
Well, yeah, I was 6. I didn't reach anything, so then I had to talk to the computer. What do you want, would have guessed?
For us not to slam into the mountain over there. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. We missed it.
No, I steered us out of the way.
Yeah. That's what happened.
Mhm.
Everyone, everything's all right. We know what we're doing. Everything's fine.
Aran's keeping intense eye contact with guest while he's piloting almost effortlessly.
Wintergas is paying very close attention to their controls.
Yeah, because he's an actual con officer.
Yeah.
Have I had
Uh,
smoother combat landings?
No. Obviously not. Hi. Div 3. And further information. Control con. Yeah, cool. I have small crafts.
Something plus something. Friggin' engines. Jeez.
Yeah.
If I could type engines.
Yeah, I had problems with that earlier as well.
Is Wittergast also assisting as a co-pilot, or I don't know how that's working?
Yeah.
Whoever. Yeah, one's the primary, one's assisting the other.
I can tell you it's not Varder flying.
I mean, Wittergast has a control con of 15.
Yeah, I have a control con of 13, so, well.
Probably
should have a-
Wittergast should take point.
Well, he should have known that when he sat down in the co-pilot seat.
This is why you crash.
Carter, I was alone in that shuttle, and we're not gonna talk about it again.
You brought it up.
Fuck off.
Well, sir, the gravity's becoming somewhat of a factor. Ship continues.
let's see.
That planet really wants to say hi.
And does someone want a roll for the Topren?
Sure, what do we roll? Ship's engine and con, got it. There, button. Yep.
Yeah.
And the Zepren manages to use some of the pull to kind of help it, and so that way it doesn't end up burning power on the way down, trying to keep itself slamming into the planet. But once you go into low orbit, the gravity jumps drastically, and so the ship kind of has a hard time dealing with it. But with 2 people just there ready to go, you're able to kind of go along with it and land, and everyone can feel a thud as everyone feels just a little bit heavier.
Yeah.
Sir, reading landing on all points. We're down.
Good. We'll see you later, Wittergast. Have a nice flight home.
Flying back to the ship, sir?
Well, you could stay in orbit because, well,
A low orbit in case anything's needed, but yeah,
we're transporting out. That's the point.
plan.
Aye, sir.
If need be, we'll call you back, and we'll do that with some margin. See you soon.
Aye, sir.
And we exit with all our things.
I'll pull this over here just so I know who's where. As you two and your security detail disembark, you see the big opening in front of you. That seems to be a rather gentle incline into the very planet.
Ooh, a gentle incline. This is going to be heavy.
And you hear the shuttle door kind of rise up behind you and close.
I think at the same time, Lieutenant Myth was attempting to make contact with the smugglers.
That would
Yes.
be
Wow.
That's easy.
Wow. Hey, me, I'll try it.
there's a lot of interference in your subspacing through solid rock.
Mm-hmm.
Could I assist by ordering her to do it?
Basically supervising and telling other departments how to help her and stuff like that, like coordinating a bit.
I mean, communicating across vast distances of space and through weird materials. I mean, the Voyager did that from a different quadrant.
Yes, but they also lost track of the amount of shuttles they had, and somehow had more. So
Same thing with their photon torpedoes. I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
Well.
So,
And the opposite thing happened with the amount of years it took them to get home.
Voyager ignored a lot of the STA rules.
so as an
All
aside-
right.
Yeah, they can do it. It's fine.
It's a homebrew campaign. It's fine.
It's a homebrew campaign.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. House
Alright,
rules. House rules.
Look, the campaign's over. You all go home. Go away. Time travel. I don't know.
It's funny because it's true.
We came back for a one shot for the final episode.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna
Fine,
spend
we'll roll
momentum.
it out.
Yeah. So
Spend momentum.
we have 2 momentum, and it's assisted by the Kismet and Pend.
Mhm.
Yes. And Penn's assisting with presence plus command.
I'm using my focus of subspace theory.
Yes. Totally.
That's 2.
This
Just
is the
need a crit.
ship,
All right.
3,
and this is Pend.
4.
4. Is there any way we can get this to 5, people?
I mean,
Determination? I don't know.
did you re-roll? Could you re-roll the 0?
I could reroll 0 with determination.
Oh yeah.
Actually,
You know-
could it's this pulse roll, so it wouldn't work now, would it?
Hmm.
Could I have spent 1 momentum for collaboration con?
Because you know the result of the roll? No.
Or could I spend my determination for that reroll? Should be getting rid of the 2 successes, rerolling it again, but with collaboration con.
Yeah, I need a value attached to it.
Always has a backup plan.
Yep, I'll give you that.
Yeah, so you can reroll that with reason 11 and anything you have as 5 with a focus.
All right.
Don't you get an automatic success for having reason?
No, I accidentally rolled it with reason. It's not reason. It's control.
Ah.
I was thinking
Doesn't
that too
matter.
when I saw that. I was like, wait,
Yeah.
hold on.
Yeah. All right. So rerolling 3, control, science. Damn,
Oh.
that's worse than before.
Well, I'm just guessing that we're going in blind then.
Yeah.
Or that we at least get told as we're landing that we haven't been able to contact them.
But
Yeah.
before we go in, I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. You do your best. You try the first hailing frequency, and Penn remembers an old trick he pulled once on another ship, and tries that. But it actually seems to go even worse. There's something weird about this planet's atmosphere that's making it an issue, or perhaps it's some metal or gas in the chamber that's complicating matters. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
That's why you ended up trying, and then you're not sure what to adjust because you're not sure what's wrong.
Cool.
Well, it's worth a go.
Kismet to away team.
This is away team.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, right.
No response. You hear static.
Mm-hmm.
Away team hears a weak chirp, but you hear just garbled mess. You don't hear anything. As the T'Pren is lifting off and ascending into low orbit.
Right. Can I boost the signal through the T'Pren?
If you can contact the T'Pren.
All right. Kismet to T'Pren.
And the T'Pren, before it can answer you, has to do a control plus con roll, difficulty of 3 to maintain low orbit.
Damn it!
Well, he has spellcraft focus and a 15 in that attribute.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping we don't get another shuttle crash. Okay.
Got it. And the ship does help. The shuttle helps with engines con.
Does anyone want to roll to Pren?
Sure,
Yeah, I've
engines
got
con.
T'Pren.
All right.
Sorry, did someone else say they got that?
Yeah, get it on the button. You hail them. They don't respond right away. They seem to be it appears from sensors that the T'Pren's a little busy. It kind of you see it ascend and it doesn't enter high orbit. It just kind of stays in atmosphere, so low orbit or so, just beyond atmosphere. And you see it kind of dip every so often with an alarming like a lurch, and then it pulls its way back up again. Lurch, pulls its way back up again, and then stabilizes eventually. Although it stabilizes with the shuttle not like parallel with the surface, it's kind of angled in a weird way, and the engines are constantly burning the whole time, so it doesn't start plummeting. T'Pren here. Sorry, had some issues. I'm in stable orbit now, though.
I observed this.
How can I help?
I'd like to patch through communication to the away team. We're unable to with Kismet.
Aye, sir. I'm gonna have to set up a geosynchronous orbit above the away team where they were. I was just trying to stay in orbit so I didn't crash. Stand by. It's gonna be a control contest difficulty 2. Because they've already achieved the orbit, now they just have to find that sweet spot so they're sitting right above the away team.
So same rolls from both Wittergast and the ship then.
Yep. Hey. The ship kind of has to, with its aft pointing down, its bow pointing up. It kind of scoots itself, as it were. It turns around and then very slowly, almost like a helicopter that has to lean a little bit, kind of skids along the surface and then reorients itself and kind of wiggles as it's trying to maintain an orbit.
I mute the transmission for a second and turn to the captain as this is happening. Captain, do you know why the shuttle is doing this?
Well, I hope it's because he's having issues with the atmosphere and the gravity. Either that, or he has a weird taste in how to fly shuttles.
Ah, Yes. Unmutes.
To Pren here, Kismet, I'm sitting over the away team site, more or less.
Thank you, T'Pren. Patching through your communication system now.
You can attempt that same roll again, but the difficulty has gone down by 2 because you have the shuttle acting as a relay. The shuttle will lose 1 power doing this, however.
All right. What's the shuttle's power currently?
4.
Yeah, it's been maneuvering this whole time, and it hasn't used power until now.
All right. We'll do that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So is this just Myth and Kismet?
Pink can chime in again. It's the same problem. It's just you're adding a relay to kind of help you out.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, that was that was talking to the underplanet people. I suppose you could help out anyway.
I mean, I can certainly try.
All right. I don't believe we have any momentum right now to use for
We don't.
that, so I stuck with my regular engineering. Not engineering, con.
No, it's engineering for Hales.
It is. Yes.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I never hail people.
You don't have anyone to call.
Yeah,
Aw,
it's true.
cuts deep.
Yeah. Dr. Zimmerman has stopped taking your calls.
Yeah,
The Daystrom Institute goes, yeah, don't call this number.
so sad.
I know it is.
All right, control engineering.
Do you have a determination?
I do. I guess I'm gonna use this. Solutions like problems are limitless.
I'll give you that. Yeah.
All right.
But you think of a different way to use the shuttle to help you.
Yeah, right. I was just patching the communications through. Now I'm using it as like a. Now I'm like pinging off of it. All right, that's 1.
Okay, so this is penned.
All right,
And
2.
Kismet.
3. There we go.
We're not total fuck ups.
This is what happens when I try and do something that isn't.
Stay in your lane. The away team hears a chirp in their ear, in their helmets, as they're about to enter the cavern.
Away team.
Kismet here. We've been unable to contact the life forms deep inside the planet.
All right. Then I will ask Mr. Varder. Would you care to take point?
I will do that.
Thank you. Well, we'll call back soon when we have made contact. Away team out.
So, the away team enters into the cavern and continues toward where the persons are, I assume,
Mhm.
the huddled mass. I'm going to ask for a fitness plus security. Difficulty 1 because you are wearing the EVA suits, but the gravity's kind of wearing at you.
From the both of us?
I check off what?
Fitness security. Each of you rolls it. Oh, sorry. I take that back. It goes down to 0 because you have a security detail who can help you along.
That's cool.
Nice. Survival or athletics?
Oh, both apply. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lead by example.
Yeah, totally.
Cool.
I also have that.
That's cool.
If only there was something for having 3 focuses applying.
Super
You get a free
focused.
ribbon.
Hey,
2 momentum gain.
Iran.
Yeah.
Not Iran.
Well, I never
You
claimed.
almost got a 20.
Whew.
Yeah,
It's a
your
bit of a
class.
trek, and a whole hour goes by because it takes a bit of careful trekking to get down there. But you are standing outside one of the building because there's a lot of material there to get in the way. But the mining housing, if you will, is along the edges, and it's a lot easier to get at. But you see the building, you're standing next to it.
Cool.
So this is the building that people are in.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Well, they're in a room inside that building. Like they're in like a office or possibly a cleaning closet. Who knows? It's small. It's the smaller of the 2 chambers.
Is it currently surrounded by flowing magma?
No, but you can see the glow of magma off in the distance.
That's cool.
Let's attempt communication now that we're right outside. It might work.
Yeah. Yeah.
You tap at your comm badge.
Yeah.
Well, you tap at your armband, I should say, because you're in your Eva suit.
Exactly.
And you get nothing.
Strange.
Okay.
I guess we'll do this the old-fashioned way. Would anyone care to knock?
You can walk in and say we're friendly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this door then.
Yes.
And it's an old mining facility. Close to Klingon space, correct?
Say again.
It's an old mining facility and the system's close to Klingon space, correct?
Mhm. Correct.
I mean, I'm not from near Klingon space as a normal thing, but would that have defenses put onto it, perhaps? So anything, something worth potentially looking out for. Can I check for anything that might fuck us when we try to open the door?
Insight security difficulty 2. 1, sorry, because you have a security detail with you. They're walking around advantage with any security roll.
Mm-hmm. Would survival come into that? As in looking for something that will attempt to prevent my survival.
I'd give it to you with increased complication because I would see that more in the natural, the elements, as it were.
Let's not use it. And yeah. Oh, that's enough.
Well, you look at it. It appears the amount there is a door there, but it's kind of askew, and it's kind of more boarding up the doorway, and there seems to be a heavy desk or something beyond that door that's holding that bit of metal in place.
Oh, so they've barricaded themselves in.
Yeah. It's my engineering opinion that is in fact a barricade.
Years of Starfleet training, everybody.
Yep. All right. Well, go to move that aside, and I'll cover you.
Sure.
Well, we will cover you.
That's more like it.
That will be a control. Sorry. Fitness plus security. Difficulty of 2. Sorry, down to 1 because there's guys nearby.
Yes.
Wait, no, you wouldn't because you have them covering you in case they're more helping Varda than you.
Good luck.
Am I rolling as well?
You're the one moving it.
Am I the one moving it? Well,
Yeah.
I spent 4 years at the academy, of course.
If you want, we can collaboration security, and you can have a 5.
What am I rolling? I spaced out. Fitness security. Cool.
Do you want collaboration security?
I have reverse engineering. I think I'll be fine.
Okay.
Right.
Wait, you're reverse engineering a barricade?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's reverse engineering.
Taking it apart, yeah, I guess.
I mean,
Instead of just shoving it, it's like, well, let's find the weak point and just slowly pull this apart.
Yeah,
Yeah.
could that be control security instead?
No, you're still lifting something rather heavy without like any grab sleds or anything.
Fitness engineering. All right.
It's for the security.
We're not the strongest dudes.
You can succeed at cost.
Fuck
You'll
it.
strain yourself lifting the heavy door out of the way.
Drop something on my foot. Go on.
I'll drop something on your foot, all right.
I'll come
What,
to
with
Canada.
one threat?
I'll fight you.
No, you won't. You'll have a thing on your foot.
Ow. Is it a phaser blast? Could be a phaser blast.
We'll be in a minute.
Something falls on your foot. It's a phaser beam.
Mm. Yum.
You take
Phaser beam?
1 stress because Eva suits give some resistance.
Yay. And I didn't have any stress run to begin with, right?
As you move the door out of the way, and then the desk out of the way. You pinch your foot by accident, and it's good thing you're wearing a boot. That would have really hurt.
Note to self.
Kind of hurts, but
Note to self. Put titanium toes into this.
the titanium by your foot isn't crushed right now.
No, the titanium covering toes stuff.
Sure, why not?
Good
move out
work,
of the way.
Lieutenant.
Thank you.
I guess taking point again.
No, I can do it. I can do it.
I mean, I'm the one with security training.
Well, I'm the one with no fucks to give.
And also the constantly watching talent,
Please.
which really helps with not being ambushed.
Well, go in then.
I'm going in, that's what I was saying.
Jeez.
So Hijack takes cover behind security. Typical officer.
Typical engineer.
True. You walk in and you're in a large chamber. There's some desks here. It's very disorganized. There are 3 other exits. One that seems to lead further into the building, and 2 others seem to be barricaded exits out of the building.
Okay. I mean, I expect a mess. That tends to happen post-orbital bombardment.
Yes.
And we've got a clear way to go, so
Yeah.
yay. Onwards.
You see a closed door. It's an actual door. It's actually closed.
Does that hinges?
I'm
What do you think this is? The 21st century?
Could have slutty hinges.
Actually, it is hinged.
oh.
It's cheaper.
Yeah, it's easier on the budget. I get that.
Alright, well, I suppose nothing for it but to open slowly and say Starfleet security while we're doing it, so they don't think we're Klingons and shoot us.
Are you gonna slide it sideways open, or are you gonna push it open?
It's a hinge door, isn't it? So
Well,
just
yes.
you.
push, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot Bajorans have hinged doors.
As you enter into the room, insight security difficulty of 1.
Insight security. Is this blah blah blah. To detect danger or hidden enemies.
Yeah,
Constantly watching reduces that by 1.
to 0.
Nice.
Hey.
It's just a question of how much momentum.
Yeah.
You can give threat.
Don't think
if
I have
you
a
need-
focus that applies unless lead by example applies as the first to enter.
It does. I would give you that. You're not making the security guys do it. You're doing it.
Just have to say it again. Even though he only has 1 threat, there's nothing wrong with giving him some more if you need to roll more dice.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll-
roll more dice on a difficulty 0 challenge.
3 momentum gained. As you open the door a little bit, you kind of check your blind spots. You're getting ready, and then as you notice when the door opens, you don't hear any noise in there. You don't hear any rustling, anyone chatting, complaining. No one's mentioning that the door's opening because you're kind of letting heat in or out, as the case is. You kind of push and then you have this sense of this wave of a sensation that they're all unconscious. And you confirm that when you open the rest of the door, and you can see that the whole group of them are huddled around this big box about as high as a office desk. Looks to be reddish in color with some strange markings along the top and side. And there's an obvious Klingon stamp on it. And they're all just out. Like they're all kind of laying on top of each other, and it's just laid down and very slowly just conked out.
Okay, visible
Like at work.
armaments.
Yeah, there's some like lead pipes, some hand phasers,
Well,
knives.
first order
One
of
guy
business.
has a bat left. Well, half of a bat left anyway.
First order of business, despite them being unconscious, no risks. So security team and Rard are going to disarm people while Aaron does his thing.
Yeah,
Whatever
I'm
his
gonna-
thing is.
I'm gonna
Give me
set up
control
the thing.
security difficulty of 1 to make sure you get everything.
Control security difficulty 1.
It's brought down from 2 because of the security detail.
Guerrilla warfare for hidden weapons.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Gaining momentum. You gather up all of their hidden weapons and identify certain things that aren't really weapons, but they're hefty enough that if you really wanted to hurt somebody with it, you could, and you gather them up anyway. Just
Like
just
a
to be
wrench.
safe. Yeah, it's like that's not really a weapon, but then again,
Ooh, I could use that wrench.
Hand
It's a
it
bat
over.
scratch. And toss it to the side. I don't need wrenches. What do you think I am? Some sort of engineer?
yeah, we use spanners like civilized people.
Alright, well, you do your thing, Aaron. Be that setting up the transport enhancers or checking the crate. Unless you want me to check the crate.
I would enjoy seeing you check the crate. I'll set up the transporter things because I'm the expert.
I appreciate
the
that.
You're the expert on looking into boxes and making sure that they don't explode.
Mhm.
I mean, I tried that once and it exploded. So
Okay, that's confidence inspiring.
it's actually true.
Does not help inspire confidence.
Now, watch out for proximity mines.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna set up the transporter buffers. And I have.
You're gonna need to do a controls engineering roll difficulty of 2 because the problem is part of setting these things up is creating a triangle of them to put people in. The problem is you usually require the people to move into it on their own.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to set it up around some of the people that are lying on the ground in such a way that you're going to get enough of them that it won't overburden the transporter, but it won't catch too few of them.
All right, so they're more than I can take in one go, right?
Security team to watch the entrance at corridor.
Could I have?
So as in watching our back, so if something's following us, they'll catch it.
Okay.
How unconscious are these people?
Unconscious, as in unresponsive. You could do a medicine roll to see how bad they are, see if you can wake them
No,
up.
thank you. I don't want to hurt them. What I'm thinking is if they're like close to dead, more limp than rigor mortis, couldn't we just have like security officers pick 2 up, beam out, pick 2 up, beam out?
Pick 2 up. We can
Yeah.
move 6.
Yeah. So 2 security officers. How many are we? We're
If you use security officers to help bring some of them up, they'll be able to help with at least one set of beaming, but then that's it. You lose the detail because they you'll have bled them out enough that they're not an advantage to you anymore.
all right.
We could just have the 2 of us move people into the setup you've got
Yeah.
until there's 6 of them laying down there.
Yeah, that's
Beam
better.
them up,
That's better. Just do that.
while the security team continues to watch our back.
I'll set up an optimal triangle and then we'll take it from there.
So it'll be control engineering difficulty 2 still for a round. However, Varder can assist with fitness security to kind of move people in the triangle. Security won't be helping you because you have them watching
Mhm.
for ambushes.
I have transporters and replicators, so I'm using that.
And I'm
Yeah.
assuming athletics.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a momentum for an extra die to make sure that this goes smoothly. Rolling. That's a fat lot of nothing.
No thanks to Varder, you're able to set them up anyway.
I tried.
Well, you did something.
Oof.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm rude, but yeah. Let's get these people out of here. Around to Kismet.
Kismet hears them. You hear them, but it's kind of staticky for the obvious reason that they're underground. If you weren't relaying through the shuttle, there's no way you'd hear them. You wouldn't even get the hail.
We'll try and make out as much as possible.
All right.
Kismet reading.
We're just setting up the first transport. Have the transport room stand by for an incoming unconscious bunch. Perhaps a medical team is advised.
Understood.
Yes. Sending.
Does this require a roll on our end?
Yeah, you're gonna need to use a crew support because all the transporter enhancers do. You turn them on, and that's all you can do from the surface.
That's fair.
Yeah, so I spent the crew support for the advantage of boosting the transporters.
Yep. So that treating that as an advantage to help with that.
Alright.
And the enhancers are going to help as well. So that's 2 of the difficulty brought down. Let me calculate
Alright.
here. Are you beaming them onto the pad or straight to medbay?
I think
it would probably
pad.
be better onto the pad, but could I also ask internally from the ship for security and medical to report to the transporter pads?
Give me a presence plus command roll difficulty of 3 to get them organized quick enough that they're of help.
I'd like to. I'll give you a threat.
Okay.
Nice.
If I could find it, there it is. Yep. Yeah, you have a medical team and a security team dispatched to the transporter room. So base 2, and then that's an issue. That's an issue. Not me. No. Would be that. Because you have advantages. Whoever's beaming them up, it's control engineering difficulty 3, costs 1 power.
Assisted by the ship's sensors engineering, so 2.
Yes.
So could it we'll spend a crew support for Vata?
I will note Vada only has 1 more point than I do, and doesn't have an applicable focus.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough then. If
So
Lieutenant-
I'll go down to the transporter.
yeah, and spend whatever you need to spend.
Um. Control engineering. Difficulty 2. So I'll spend 3 to be on the safe side.
And is the ship sensors engineering?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, I've got that set up.
Cool. Does a unified field theory focus apply?
At increased complication, yes.
Hmm.
That's your call entirely. If you want to take
Yeah.
it, take it.
I'm gonna take it.
Yeah. You have that extra success. Fine.
Going for.
Cool.
All right.
And the ship.
Nice.
Gain a couple momentum out of that.
So what was that? Difficulty 2? So
2.
we gained 3 momentum.
2, actually more than that, yeah.
Yeah.
So you beam up the first batch of 6.
First batch of 6. All right. And medical team is standing by to bring them off the pad.
Yep, they start pulling them off. Security kind of gives them some heavy lifting.
All right.
And they
is
start,
it-
and as soon as one team of people have cleared the pad, there's already another team that steps in and they're ready to go.
All right. And do we have to repeat the roll for additional beam outs, or?
Yes.
Would
All right.
the difficulty go down considering we've just made it?
If you want to spend 2 momentum, you can have that advantage.
Please.
All right.
So
So, we
it's a
spend
It's a difficulty 1
difficulty
task now.
1.
Still costs you 1 power.
1 power for each.
Yeah.
All right.
So we're down to 11
Each
power.
beam costs you 1 power. Ow. Doesn't come up that often, but the one time it does.
Yeah.
All right. Then I will spend. No, I'm just gonna keep it at 2 for the next one. I guess.
I mean, if you want to spend 1 for that extra dice.
Yeah, I'll spend 1 then. Spending 1.
And ship.
It's 3. So that's back.
How many people were there down here again?
14, right?
14 people.
And
So we can
that
get them all
big
out
box.
on one
On one.
1 battery charge.
one battery charge, yeah.
Yeah. Then we switch it, and
And then once all the injured people are out, we check the crate
yeah.
so that we don't trigger a trap, blow a bunch of unconscious people.
Yeah.
And also don't just beam
Yeah.
what could potentially be a booby trap box onto the ship.
The
So we
thing
beamed
we
up
could
to
do-
12.
The thing we could do with the box is that we could beam it directly to a cargo bay, and have a force field set up.
We could, yeah. Either way, that'll be on the next charge.
All right, so the next charge, there's 2 people left, plus Starfleet and Box. What do you guys want to do with?
I think we send the security team back, and I look at the box. Does Varder want to be here when I do that? And
Yeah, I mean, I'm not leaving you down here, so.
I've heard this story before.
Haha.
How many people are in the security team?
Coincidentally enough for a pad,
Cool.
or just enough that those two could fit if they wanted to leave. Either way,
All right, so
they're
beaming
just
up
enough to be
security
useful, but not
last-
so much that they're useless.
That's
Got
good.
it.
All right.
Oof.
I'll
Okay.
Uh-oh.
roll.
Do we lose people? Really?
Do you want to spend 2 to counter that?
I mean, they got to reroll.
Spend 2 to counter that.
And we still pass.
Oh yeah, because the difficulty's so low. Yep.
Difficulty's 1 right now.
That's good. That's good.
I am glad we created that advantage now.
It wasn't so stupid.
I was like, creating an advantage to lower difficulty 2 to a different.
Oh, sir, that was a little close.
Yeah, it was bumpy.
So it's just you two alone with a
The
crate.
box.
What's in the box? Sorry.
That's actually what we're all thinking.
Go check for any protective measures that might have been applied to this by smugglers or the Klingons, given it's a Klingon crew.
You see them. They're playing. They're very easy to see.
Oh,
They're bolts.
Let's get the fridge.
I
It
mean,
went with the security team.
Oh man. I'll just have to use my spanner that I have in my engineering kit. that I have-
Hyper Spanner? No, wrong franchise.
I will. Yeah. I will not scold you for using that reference, though. I was thinking it earlier. Yeah. Control engineering or daring engineering. But if I have to use daring, it's trapped.
Daring engineering. You know, you're not on rent. You're not getting the bolt. Just sticking it really hard till it shears. But no, it is control engineering difficulty too.
can I assist
Complication.
with bulk?
2.
Complication range 2.
Yeah.
So if you need
Scary.
to spend either momentum or threat, go ahead.
Am I capable of assisting with muscle power?
You can, but the complication range goes. There's only so much room on that spanner.
Mm,
Up to you.
no, I'll
Yep.
handle this. You
I'll
You
keep
show
a
me your
watch out the
notes.
door.
yeah, so that you can step out if I explode. Yeah,
Well, so if Klingons are coming up behind us, we don't get fucked. But
that's fair. I don't have any focuses that help. I think reverse engineering.
okay, so I'm drawing my phaser and keeping an eye down the hole.
Thank you.
I would give you a vote.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, you rolled.
You were giving me things. Please give me things.
You can succeed at cost.
Yeah, fuck it.
As you open the crate, the bolt comes loose, and it's attached to your spanner now.
The bolt.
Yeah, it kind of melted to the it adhered to the spanner.
It is warm in here, and I need a new spanner soon.
On the plus side, the bolt's out.
That's good. I'm gonna toss the spanner to the side. Well, not using that anymore.
You hear
Uh,
a sizzling noise.
Wow.
What's in the box?
Oh, there's more than one bolt.
Oh shit!
I'm just kidding.
You said-
Presumably, you worked on a few of them, and then on the last one, oh come on, why is this one stuck? Hey, I got it. Oh, well, that's useless now.
I just imagined his expression dropping.
And as you open the box,
Shit.
Kaboom!
give me
5 Klingons
fitness
jump at you.
plus medicine opposed.
How jumps a Klingon? I've been looking the wrong way.
It's a Klingon in a box.
It's the girl in a box trope.
He's either laughing like that because I'm right, or because it would be hilarious if that was what happened.
Let's see here.
Ooh.
Just not say if you need to spend anything,
So-
go ahead.
Yeah. What's the complication range?
That's flat.
Cool. Does lead by example help if I throw myself on top of Varder?
He's already
Okay.
he's a decent way away from the crate already, though.
Well, I
You
can
could you
try.
could shield him. Yes, I'll let you do that. It's just I'll just warn you that if things go bad, I know what the complication is already.
I die. Cool. Or my
Well.
suit ruptures. Yeah, I get that.
As long as you get it.
Fuck it. Yeah, let's go for it. I'll spend 2 momentum for extra dice.
We can either spend 1 or 3.
I'll spend 1 then. God damn. Yeah.
You open it up, and you see what looks to be a disruptor torpedo, covered in with what appears to be red, black, pulsing crystals. And you felt a wave of just malice, just outright hatred for all life, and then it just kind of passed.
Put the lid back on. We're not touching this. If they want to get it, they have to get it. But I'd rather we set a small charge and leave.
I will note, if you're setting a charge, you do know that these are technically intelligent beings.
Well,
Intelligent beings that are trying to communicate.
well, you're the one who talks to silent things.
Yeah.
Go right ahead. Calm them down.
If you want out, don't threaten us. We're not here to hurt you.
That's good. Oh, quick question. Myth had been writing a language for these, right?
I've been integrating universal translation compatibility. Yeah.
Alright, so we cannot leave a living creature down here, and it is very, very angry.
Yeah, it's strapped to a torpedo. I'd
Replace
also
the
be
batteries, move it to transport, or transport it to cargo,
Yeah.
and have shielding ready because it is the crystals.
Yes.
If you want to communicate that up to Kismet before I go insane with them repeating the same thing over and over again.
Highway team to Kismet.
Kismet here.
We have a torpedo in a box with crystals growing on it. The black and the red
Cowkit crystals?
Cowkit crystals. Requesting a beam up 2 and a crate directed to cargo bay.
Confirmed.
Make sure that there's a force field waiting to be activated as we come there, but not when we are still inside of it.
Understood, away team.
Thank you. Do we have to replace the powers for the buffers?
I think so, because you've done 3 beam.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Varder, please talk to them and make sure that they know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna replace the batteries.
Would Myth tell Penn about this?
Yes, Myth is
try.
about to communicate up to the acting captain. So
We're getting you off this planet.
Myth to Commander Pend.
This is Pend.
The away team has found a Klingon torpedo covered in what appears to be described as Cowcat crystals.
Oh.
They've requested the cargo bay be set up with containment fields for Bima.
Agreed, but delay for 5 to 10 minutes. I'm going to issue the order to evacuate the deck and surrounding decks around the area.
A wise precaution, sir.
I'd rather not have a super-powered Klingon destructor torpedo go off inside the ship, but if it does, I want to try and minimize as much. God damn! Now we know why they're here.
Agreed.
I'm
For
gonna
their biological super weapon, yeah.
yeah, it would seem so. I'm going to give you
Oh.
one threat and... No, yeah, just one threat should do.
Quick pointer.
Mhm.
If the everybody interacting with the unconscious people in on the pad currently might want to check themselves for cow crystal growth later.
Agreed. Yeah, I think Myth would think about that and inform the medical team of the possibility
Yes.
of Cowcat growth.
I'm glad I could be of help.
You can give me presence plus medicine difficulty 2 to effectively communicate that problem to the medical staff.
Yeah, okay.
On the plus side, there's more momentum coming up.
Yeah, so 2
Yeah.
more momentum.
I've had enough of these motherfucking crystals.
Could we have
My
Saray
motherfucking
make that
bones.
call?
It's not a new scene.
Oh,
No.
we still used her.
Yeah. That's
So,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, so could we use Saray to make that, what is it, presence medicine?
Presence medicine, yeah. Tell her to explain it. Because she's active right
Yeah,
now.
it's like she's here, and I start to go. There's a possibility of contamination from. Chief, you tell them.
So, xenobiology?
Yeah.
And have we added anything to Saray's sheet? Not this session, have we?
Wait, didn't you do cautious medicine?
I wrote it down.
Yeah.
I've just misspelled cautious. Never mind. I was kind of like speed typing it and just the wrong fucking word.
I've done that too. No, I'm just saying
It's
we added
Esperanto.
Yeah,
Um,
so
So
cautious
if you want
medicine-
to spend one,
Yeah, absolutely. And what is it, difficulty 2?
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave it as that.
Yeah. She explains it in a way, and she actually goes over when you explain it to her. She explains it to them and tells them what protocols the chief medical had for this sort of thing. It's almost like they've done drills on this before.
uh-huh.
It's almost like that's what their chief medical officer's been busy with all this time. But yeah, they check over. Reports on that will come in later. But they thank you. She thanks you for the heads up that to inform them, because that's not something they wanted to discover when they put them into the biopet.
Yeah.
So you have a box full of disruptor power and crystals.
Mm-hmm.
2 Starfleet officers. Well, 1 officer and 1, enlisted.
He's fine. Don't be mean.
One
to him.
enlisted senior staff member.
Only I am allowed to be mean to him.
When did you claim me?
Well,
When did you become like Julian Bashir to Miles O'Brien?
you mean gay? Well, a little bit.
I mean, they shared a beer. That's all you need, right?
I mean, I shared a beer with Pend as well, so
Exactly. fraternizing with a senior officer. That's a paddling. Anyway,
There are no rules against that. Some rules against that. Either way, transporters and replicators. Yeah.
oh no, you set them up down there. The box
I
isn't
know.
going anywhere. You can even beam up with the box if you want.
Yeah, that's the plan.
And you know it might be easier than moving the boxes if we move the enhancers to the
Mhm.
boxes.
Well,
Yeah.
That might be easier.
yes.
So the,
I could just literally pick them up, put them back down again, and since there's no bodies in the way, hey.
and I would far
Yeah.
rather not beam up with the crystals.
Hmm.
It's just me, but I've
Agreed.
had crystal in my bone before.
I mean,
In fact, I just got them removed.
then I suggest that you beam directly to Pren, because this baby is going to a shuttle bay.
We have more than one charge left, so we
Yeah.
can send it, and
There's
then we
enough
can go
for you.
after.
But it's not as cool.
But it's
Jeez.
safer.
It says bold engineering, not cautious engineering.
This isn't
Jeez.
engineering. This is security.
All right, and you revealed the crystals. Thank you for the threat.
Oh.
All right, we'll send it, but you have to tell them that we'll be there, talking to them soon. All right.
At the moment, all they're saying is "get us out," and they're not exactly replying to anything I've said.
That's
To Pren
fair.
to Kismet.
Yes.
Kismet
Oh,
here.
sorry, that's my.
We just got a request to report.
Yes, report back to Kismet.
Doing that now, sir. We're currently in stable low orbit, maintaining pretty well.
Got 2 more transports. Then, once they're done, get straight back.
Aye, sir.
All right, let's do this. You're
So we're-
first, crystals.
So what is going up in this next beam out? It
The
matters.
crystals.
Just
the
crystals?
crystals, just the crystals,
Okay.
and you know the crates that they're in, and that.
So this would normally be this hard, but you have people helping you. You have the
The
what you
entire
call it,
ship.
the ship helping out.
The 2 advantages that we created.
And you have been beaming stuff out of this room before, kind of. But oof,
Oh
Well,
boy.
Ooh boy. That is.
the
Complication.
original difficulty was much higher, but you have so many advantages. You brought it down to something that's actually doable.
Uh-huh.
Do I? Yeah.
Um.
Do I need to
hold on.
be on the phone with Myth about this?
Oh, actually, you know what? I have some threat. Why not?
How about I come to Canada? I might as well.
Difficulty 4.
Is it difficulty for me threatening you, or you?
No, I
Using
spent I spent 2 because almost like these crystals aren't exactly.
All right. So you're threatening us. Cool.
Don't worry, you're in the room. I won't get just you.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see.
Myth,
We have 4 momentum right now.
do you want me assisting you, Myth?
If possible.
Yeah.
You can do presence engineering to assist. Basically, talk them through it.
Presence engineering. A roll of 1 and focus used. Complication
I
range still
guess-
high as hell, or?
Oh
I'm
yeah, it's high for assist people, and the ship.
And it's a sensors engineering.
All right.
Sensors engineering, so difficulty 3 again.
No, I calculated that into the 3.
Oh, okay.
And assisting people can't use momentum, right?
No.
I'm guessing this would be more difficult or more complicated if there are people going with the crystals.
Yeah, it would be.
The complication range would go up to 6.
Yeah, and I love how these sheets don't even like have that.
Yeah. We'd have to eyeball it. It's like, please don't beam them up with it. That's a bad idea.
Uh-huh. Oh boy. Okay. So I guess I spend three momentum.
Yeah, do it.
Do it, you won't.
Mhm.
Okay, you did,
Alright,
but
so-
whatever.
I
Okay,
wait for
and
Myth to roll.
concern. Concern. I'm looking to see if I have a focus that's applicable here. Would xenotechnology work beaming up something like this?
Yeah.
All right.
It is Klingon tech.
Well,
Okay.
I'm rolling as well.
yep.
Oh yeah.
And the Kismet.
Yeah. Let me guess, you buy it off.
Yeah, we buy it.
We
off.
buy it off. So that's
No, we
success in
blow
the
up
one
the
we
ship.
had. Yes, I'm gonna buy that fucker off.
Good game,
With the 2 extra momentum that we generate.
yeah.
But yes, you are able to beam up without detonating it on the ground, in the transporter system, or in the shuttle bay.
Good. All right.
I like how everyone's balls just suddenly relaxed again. It's like, oh.
Well,
So yeah. Now I guess we beam up the 2 of you.
yes, please. Yes, please.
No, I quite like it on planets that are, with magma approaching our position.
Well, so long then.
Uh, it's
Sarcasm.
a difficulty. It's down to a difficulty 1 because you're beaming up people now.
Mhm.
Let's
And
go.
complication range is back down as well.
Yeah.
Cool.
You want me to help you?
Fun fact: if you tried to beam them while the crystals were exposed, the complication would stay at 5.
Fun. Glad we did it in that order then.
If you opened the box first, that would have been very bad.
It's a good
All right.
thing we closed it.
Well, I guess I'll spend that 1 momentum that we have right now just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, and I'll help. Yeah. You'll find my specific pattern in the. Oh, okay. Yeah.
And shit.
So that 4 momentum.
That's 4 momentum.
Actually, I can move you all up because you're all on the ship now.
Cool.
And obviously,
Woohoo.
Wittercast would get the order to return to Kismet.
Control plus con one more time for Wittercast to escape the planet's grasp.
Have we improved Wittergast?
This session, no.
We should do that.
What's
And
it?
it's still Engine's Con, right?
Yup.
Well, I'm going to spend a momentum for that 3rd die for cautious.
All right.
Oh no.
Wow. Well, I get to
Holy
re-roll.
shit.
Wow. Yeah, re-roll. Wow.
This ship cannot help this.
Jesus.
19, 20, 17, 19.
God, he should be playing a different system right now.
I'll beam over and get him.
Can we? No, I'm not on the bridge right now. Never mind.
I'll beam over and get him.
Could we spend momentum to just bring him
I
back
think there's an incoming hail.
Yeah.
on screen?
Distress, distress, distress. I am losing altitude. I'm also losing power. I have about maybe 5 minutes before the engine just goes dead on me.
Okay. Emergency
Any help would be
transport.
great right now.
Get me over there.
Yeah, emergency
Sir,
transport.
slight problem. I have to bring down my shields for you to transport me. Once I do that, I'm going to be exposed to a lot of heat.
Then we'll make sure to get it in one go.
Get the
Or
Kismet
we could
closer
try-
and tractor beam,
Yeah, that seems like a better option.
Okay.
and then we don't lose the shuttle.
Yeah.
Then
I like the Bren. It's a good ship.
This is what tractor beams are for.
Yes. That and restraining enemy ships.
Orders, Commander.
Shields up. We're gonna
I'll-
dive in and tractor beam.
Oh, God.
I'll head on up to the bridge to potentially take over the seat
As you're
Connor
heading,
said.
as you're heading up, that unfortunately leaves a character who. Do you have crew support left? You should. You're a pretty big ship,
I
actually.
believe we have one or
Oh,
two.
God.
We have
One or two.
We should got
We activated someone else.
yeah.
Vux.
Yeah.
Alright.
She's the con officer currently.
She wasn't taking up crew support until just now because she has to roll.
Right.
So it is going to be a.
Well, I'm gonna use my collaboration con, so that's one momentum to give her con 5.
Okay, so momentum gone. That's where Myth's going. You're heading up that way. Well, not there, but you know.
So
Yeah.
I should also have a focus. Should we give her cautious or increase her daring?
She already have
Yeah.
5 con.
Let's see.
She already has 5 con.
No, I've just had to bump it up to that. It was initially
Oh.
3.
Mm, I don't think she's the daring type.
Okay, so
No,
we're
she's an
gonna
astrometric.
give
she
her a
works for
cautious con then.
Yeah.
hmm
So another spend for an extra dice.
All right.
Could I use my presence command to walk her through it?
She has to do it on the fly.
Haha. It's funny.
As it
because
were.
She's a pilot.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
That's myself.
Ooh, good thing you are. Oh, I found this super fast.
And that'd be 2 momentum
Now.
back, right?
And actually, the ship would help with engines con. To be perfectly fair. Where? Whoa! Don't do that. There we go.
So that's 3
3
momentum.
momentum.
There you go. The whole ship starts shaking as the ship gets closer.
Are we within range?
Aye, sir.
Tractor beam. Let's bring him up.
You need someone to roll control plus security.
Is that a
Difficulty
me thing?
2.
That's a you thing.
That's a
Ah,
me
but
thing.
but you're still in the transport.
So we still
Yeah,
have
take-
crew
yeah.
support.
Control
still have
security,
crew
you said?
support.
Hijack isn't there yet.
Mm,
But we've
Angry.
got people.
you're on deck.
I would say use Ensign Sherlock.
Yeah.
Right. It's no problem.
She
First
doesn't have a
weapon.
focus, but she does have 14.
Well, we're
Epic
using
hairdo.
her, so we could technically give her a focus.
We could. Yeah, she's.
I'll
she's
leave
a
that
little short on
entirely up
focuses.
to you.
Let's see. What kind of focus are you thinking?
Or we're using tractor beams, or
Tractor beams, yeah.
maybe weapon systems.
It does count as one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can go for weapon systems. We could either do that or increase her control by 1. I think.
So I'd leave that entirely up to you. This one's your creation, so your call.
So we get to blame you if it goes badly.
Exactly. I'm gonna go with increased control by. All right, control security. No focus. Rolling 3. go. Whew. All right. We can spend to cancel out that location.
Perfect.
You grab the shuttlecraft, and you're easily able to pull it away.
Is that one power for the tractor beam as well?
I don't have any marking for power use of tractor.
Huh. Interesting.
Okay, that means we're at 8 after the other 2 transports.
All right. Wow, those secondary reactors are good.
It's about time we actually added some.
Alright. But if we. Yeah, sorry.
And Aran steps onto the deck as well as Varder.
Okay, let's get the Kismet and the T'Pren out of there.
We have.
Just a
what-
high orbit, sir, or open space?
Let's go open space.
Open space, aye.
We're gonna get a call from a certain Klingon ship in, I don't know, 5
me guess.
seconds.
Oh, you've recovered our torpedo. Can we have it back, please?
Yeah, and we're gonna say no because it's evidence.
It's in violation of a couple agreements.
That too.
Yeah, so I think we would work it between tactical and Wettergas to time the shields dropping for him to get back on board.
Hmm.
Oh, I mean, once we're tractored him out of orbit, we can just. Yeah.
Sir, reading at extreme range, something just jumped to warp.
I think that might have been our Klingon friends.
Oh.
Well, I was wrong. I owe this bridge a beer.
I heard that.
Well, then we'll take that later.
Commander, reading all stop, open space, no navigation contacts.
Okay, let's do a brief shield drop and get the T'Pren back on board.
Aye, sir. T'Pren on board. Now tractoring into shuttle bay.
Okay, once we're inside, shields back up.
Varder walks over and probably taps them on when he replaces his relief. Jeez.
Yep. Still wearing the suit because, yeah.
Probably the helmet off at most, just so you could.
Yeah. Fresh air. Well, it's not fresh, but it's better than suit fresh.
Yeah, it's not recycled air. Woo.
So, Mr. Varder, Mr. Aran, how did it go down there?
Went great. I stubbed my toe and lost a wrench, or a spanner. But other than that, not really bad at all.
We've recovered both the personnel and their cargo. Their cargo happening to be, as I'm sure you've heard, Calcit crystals
And a disruptor
attached to
torpedo.
photon torpedoes. Or disruptor torpedoes, yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
Photon torpedoes are ours.
I heard about that. For now, I want the both of you to get out the EV suits, and that entire area is cordoned off until a plan of action can be devised to deal with it. I want Mr. Varda. I'd like security team around the device and around the smugglers at all time.
Understood, sir. Do you want me to try and see if the crystals are saying more than get us out now? Or is that a no?
If you are confident enough to do that, sure. If not, get out and stay away from them.
Understood.
I think about now, Myth probably arrives in the cargo bay.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, all right, I'll do that.
I thought I'd be sporting about it. You have the momentum.
Yeah,
So yeah,
we'll spend 2 momentum.
Varder tapping on things and speaking. After that, he's gonna take his suit off after having organized.
Yeah, but the time, Lieutenant Myth, by the time you get to the car, there are security guards at the door.
She raises an eyebrow.
Sorry, ma'am. Cordoned off by order of the captain.
Understood.
I mean,
Turns around and heads back to the bridge.
if you were to message the captain, he would probably give you permission.
Might as well have the both of them go in. Get out of the suit first.
Yeah.
Let's see. Would she do that? Yes. Yes, she would. Okay. Mr. Commander Pend.
This is Pend.
The cargo bay is currently off limits.
Correct. I'm currently sending down the Master Chief to see if he can use his psychic connection to assist in the situation. If you wait for him, you can both enter together.
Understood. I have compiled a program for the Universal Translator. It's been of some usefulness in translating the Calcite crystal's radiotrophic emissions.
Well, that's good to know. Between the two of you, we should be able to, one, calm them down to make this situation less volatile, and hopefully see what we can do to about, one, disabling a disruptor torpedo and separating the crystals from it.
Understood.
But as I warned the Master Chief, if things don't start going right, you get out of there immediately, and that is an order.
Yes, sir.
Penned out.
So Varder leaves the bridge.
Yeah, he's gonna get himself out of this suit.
What do Pend and Iran do as those two?
Well.
Pend is already getting ready a report for Starbase.
Sir, would you like me to fill that out instead?
Very well, but before you send it off, let me proofread it.
Yes. It's better that you get some rest. And by rest, I mean sit in the captain's chair and.
Yeah, that's
savor.
exactly what I was going to do. I'm just going to sit in the captain's chair.
Yeah. Yeah. So Aaron's gonna go over. Fuck. Still in my Eva suit.
Report.
And that is the end of the episode.